Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and gamers everywhere. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are in the world. And we've got another exciting day of the LPL Split 2 Playoffs Edition, where it is Top Esports taking on Team WE. Now, for those that are very familiar with our work, myself, Rafa, and Rude, might be wondering, Rafa, what's going on? What's that in the back of your throat? Well, I'm recovering from a cold, from a sea lull trip that, many of us here on the LPL English co-stream broadcast may have done. So if at any point this series goes the distance, Rudes, I'm tagging you in. You're going to have to play-by-play, brother.
Hey man, I had my fill of it, yes, last weekend. I'm a little bit versed, I'm a little bit up to date with my play-by-play, so hopefully it won't be too horrendous.
Yeah.
But hopefully, we can get a speedy recovery, we can have some good series out of these two teams, and get a pretty decent showing from both sides, to be honest. With Top Esports maybe surprisingly being in the lower bracket here, and WE having made it a bit of a run of things already. This series, I mean, coming into it, names on paper, you'd probably think it'd be one-sided, but the run of form of these two teams would probably show anything but that.
Yeah, well, obviously we're giving you a little teaser of what is to come and where our heads are at in terms of exploring this incredibly crazy matchup that we're having in the lower bracket of all places. But to remind everyone how we got here in the first place, gotta check out that format graphic, baby. We started this split off with all 16 teams trying to battle it out through different groups after we had our placement stage, where we went into both Group Ascend and Group Nirvana, 10 and 6 respectively. Then we went through the play-in stage, and then finally playoffs, where effectively for the split, 6 teams were eliminated. Effectively for the rest of the year, 2 teams in OMG and RNG were eliminated, so we're not seeing them until 2026. And then, of course, we have our 8 teams that went into playoffs. But now we're down to our last 5 teams, not 6, 5, since we already had one of our recent other playoff matches from the lower bracket occur last night, Rude, where IG were victorious 3-1 over Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, we've already had our third casualty here in the lower bracket. JDG, maybe somewhat surprisingly, bowing out in 2 best-of-5 series and sending themselves home early. FPX as well, and now joined by Weibo Gaming already out. We're going to be sending a 4th team into Summer Split without any real playoff prizes from this season. And with Top Esports versus WE, you can already see 1st seed up against that 6th seed in WE. It's a little bit of a shock maybe that it's Top Esports that are down here, but they had a series last weekend where they got roasted by BLG, and their consequences, they have to play versus WE today.
And, when we get a chance to review some of the footage from that series, there's going to be a couple of interesting topics I'll be ready to bring to the fold. But until then, we got to remind everyone who is playing on these rosters. And for anyone that is tuning in for the first time to the LPL, this split, or in a couple of years and going, well, what the heck, Top Esports, if they're number 1, why are they down here? Well, We'll show you. Well, don't worry. We'll get to that part. Of course, it is 369, Kanavi, Kareem, Jackie Love, and Chris. Now, this is the roster that made a lower bracket run through the Split 1 playoffs just a few months ago, Rude, and eventually took their very first title for the organization in quite some time, in 4 or 5 years. And for Top Esports, what a, accomplishment, what a notable one, especially for someone like Jackie Love, who has basically kind of been synonymous with Top Esports and, that chase for the title ever since he joined the organization after his departure from IG.
Yeah, and I mean, in fairness to them, it wasn't like it was a miracle, not necessarily a miracle, but it was an incredible run in the lower bracket. They started off there and they 3-1 5 of the best LPL teams that we had in split number 1 to make it to MSI. And then, I mean, in fairness, the less said about the MSI form, the better. But looking at how they've come into this playoff series, they came into playoffs with massive expectations, and then up against BLG. I mean, it's just going to be a sequence of maybe small advantages being given over, but overall, just BLG absolutely throwing hands with Top Esports, being the better team overall, and coming out 3-0 in a series up against our theoretical, most likely opportunity for an MSI representation, it's a bit of a shock to the system, and you can see here that BLG, they had their number from start to finish.
Yeah, and arguably, I think one of the biggest letdowns in this series from the side of Top Esports was Cream. I think Game 2 and Game 3 in particular was just a shine of, two different scenarios, and Cream disappointing in both of them, to be quite frank. Game 2, he got very vet on the Azir. This is the one good play that he pulls off in this entire game, route, able to find that shuffle, gives Top Esports a little bit of breathing room in this mid game, and then eventually still is just a liability, getting continuously caught out by BLG, and just multiple times it seems like Top Esports and Cream were not on the same page together. And if Cream has this massive lead, this huge gold advantage overnight in this particular game, you're kind of expected to take the responsibility and play forward and be willing to kind of put your life on the line for that, and that was not always the case. And then of course when we advance further into the series for Game 3, the Yone performance, that was just a travesty.
Yeah, there have been ups and downs in Cream's performance, and certainly we've seen a lot of disappointing performances, it's worth saying, to be honest, for lack of a better term. And overall, with Cream in this series in particular, I mean, Knight looked like one of the best mid laners of the LPL throughout the entire season, let alone in this series. But when you're going up against somebody with such pedigree in the LPL as Knight in a playoff series, you have to be able to throw hands, and unfortunately this time round, Cream's we'll just call it lack of playoff experience. We know when we compare it to Knight, it shone, and Cream just didn't quite have the showing that we'd have liked from him coming into this series. I mean, up against WE, I do think that his chances are a lot better, and he's probably going to have a much better showing. But we can't pretend that that's not off the back of a pretty dire performance in this series.
Sure, and I would love to believe you, Rude. I would love to believe that against going from playing against Knight into playing against Karis, you should have statistically and theoretically on paper a much easier time. But I think back to one of the series in the split where Cream had a massive advantage over Care in the FPX series, and Cream was playing so scared with his advantage, unwilling to press that advantage forward, and it almost cost Top Esports the game. And it's just one of those patterns where normally in the past, we know that Cream can sometimes be a little too careless with his advantage, but then he's regressed at points and then plays a little too safe. So being able to find that balance, especially if you want to be one of the best mids in the LPL, requires being able to navigate that fine line. But yeah, we've gone over Top Esports a lot. It's time to throw it over to the other side. Team WE, our 6th seed of the LPL split for our 2nd split of the year. Cube, Monkey, Karis, Taeyun, Vampire, and just for anyone that is curious, Rude, this is a team that no one expected to make it this far when we looked at their performance in Split 1 and even how things were panning out in the placement stage earlier this split.
Yeah, I mean, nobody expected them to be in Group Ascend, then nobody expected them to make it to playoffs, and to be honest, I doubt many people expected them to beat JDG, who were coming into this playoff series on a 10-game winning streak. So the glow up for WE has been immaculate, right? They were a 4th seed from their group in split number 1. They've turned that around now to be, well, now currently one of our top 6 teams in the LPL. We'll see how that plays out, but pending the end of today's result. But this was a series where actually Monkey was phenomenal, and that's kind of been manifested almost, but they were so willing to prey on these mistakes. I mean, Jun here, you can see him sees Monkey the entire time and just gets walked down. It's a little bit disturbing almost how easy this is for WE, but it's a great little showing from them, and that they are happy to punish these mistakes. You can see just the heads up kind of play that they actually have this idea that somebody's going to be, and that Jun is going to just cheeky recall, be a little bit grief, honestly, in his position.
Yeah, and even though I think later on Jun proceeds to have still considering the circumstances of JDG's loss, he was not the main reason why the team was losing that series, but WE being able to have significant outperformances from their solo laners in Cube over Ala, Karis over Scout. Matchups you would never expect to be favored for WE solo laners at all, considering the, pedigree of the competition that was in that series. But, this has been the biggest surprise for WE so far in this season and in quite some time. And we even have some bold words coming in from their jungler Monkey ahead of this matchup.
我心目中的 MVP 我肯定是给我自己啊，然后就虽然1把没拿到都比较可惜，就我从打职业开始就觉得我挺有天赋的吧，然后觉得就一直很自信，到后面可能有一段时间我记得是在 EDG 的时候，那段时间是比较低迷的吧，然后后面就是经历了那么多事情之后，大概半年的时间都在想这件事，然后就还是坚定了自己的想法，就是我觉得我就是玩得很好的一个打野，然后所以一直从那之后就一直特别自信吧。我不是对吧？我只不过是游戏里面的就是比较喜欢说话吧，然后再加上我比较喜欢让队友配合我，觉得我很多想法都是对的，然后队友配合我的话，我们会比较好赢吧。其实就游戏内的话，我觉得就是可能我地位是最高的吧，但是游戏外其实大家都是好朋友，没有什么地位高低之分。就赛前互动比较多吧，然后当时就赢了很开心嘛，就恶心他一下，对着他笑一下。就是他找我一起上厕所嘛，然后我们就聊天，然后他说问我买好机票没，然后我说就是让他准备好吧，就是别失业。别失业了，就是加油吧。然后他问我为什么这么自信嘛，我说肯定的，然后反正就赢了嘛。我有点担心他会不会失业。
We are going to just take a little look at a distant past of WE, and I want to add some context for why we're showing this is the 2021 roster of WE with Shanks, Elk, Missing, and Breathe. I want to add the idea that at the time, during 2021, these weren't the big names that they are today, right? Like, Breathe is now having a monster run in the lower bracket. Missing and Elk have had glorious careers from this 2021 roster, and Shanks as well is just starting really to come into what is a really good turn of events for him in the LPL. But they're in the same position, or they were in the same position as this current WE roster are in now, where you've got these names, Cube, who's been in the LPL for quite a while, you've got Karis, Taeyun coming over from the LCKCL, and they are not these big no names. But this is the exact position that former 2021 roster was in at that time, and now look at where they are. I wanted to bring that up and just sort of say this is now the type of position that they can be in the future.
And then, here is the contrast against their opponents on the Rift today. These are all essentially, from the side of Team WE, rejects and players who were turned down for other opportunities and are now making it work here in the second split of the 2025 season. On the flip side, Top Esports, every single one of these guys got an all-pro mention. You have Kanavi getting regular season MVP, the most pogs of the entire split. And yet, this is the reality that we are in. So it can be quite dank for anyone, whether you're a newer fan to the LPL and watching the split, or you're just coming in and going, what the heck, Seed 1 versus Seed 6, this should be a complete wash for Top Esports. I mean, I think on paper, it is still reasonable to accept that Top Esports should be favored, and we could just be looking at a 3-0 from Top Esports after, getting smacked around by BLG. They should just be able to lock in and be like, okay, we're just effectively better than Team WE in a majority of lanes. Kanavi should be able to have his way with Monkey, regardless of the glow up that Team WE has. But I don't know, Rude. I don't know, man. There's something in the air that points, at least for me, that points in the other direction. So I know we didn't get a chance to show the predictions graphic because they're already doing walkouts, and we got to start looking forward to, the first draft. But I'll put myself on the line here. I said WE 3-2.
Yeah, you've got WE taking this series, and there's a certain image that's been posted by one of our colleagues here on the internet that I've got a 3-0 for WE prediction. I'd like to quash those rumors very early on and say that I do have Top Esports taking this series, and I actually have them taking it 3-0 as well. So I for one, I'm not bought into the WE hype train, and maybe that will be to my own detriment. However, I do see this being Top Esports. They've had their slap on the wrist, right? They're knocking to the lower bracket from BLG, and it should be back to business, where they're now just going to make a glorious run through this lower bracket, quickly sweep aside WE. IG's up next, no problem for that, and then they should be looking to try and secure their MSI placement.
Only time will tell. Top Esports, you've got a lot to answer for after the series against BLG. I know the pedigree of that team has, effectively
yeah.
Fake news,
propaganda.
See, here's the real prediction for Root is 3-0 for Top Esports, and even our producer Kai claims to have seen a vision in his latest dream that WE is going to win MSI. Well, first of all, brother, why do you got 3-1 Top Esports winning? You can't have WE winning MSI and then saying, but Top Esports are winning this series, bro. Okay.
No.
We're pulling a Raz here. We're advocating for both outcomes so that we're both right.
It's a really big prediction. He says that WE are going to win MSI. He doesn't say in 2025. So I think keep your eyes out for the future. They can still win. It can still be the Top Esports win this series, but then Kai can also be right, and it's just going, during the tenure of League of Legends, WE will win an MSI.
Yes.
It can both be true.
WE, 10 years from now, will win MSI, or 20 years, or whenever. Nice cope. I just want both teams to have fun, says Kai, as he is our producer for tonight's show, and I know that Kai has said himself that he is looking forward to either a WE upset or a 3-0 from Top Esports and gets to go to bed earlier. So I can't.
Shout out to all of you Americans for doing this in the literal dead of night.
Woo!
So it is understandable. I mean, you can see that the large majority of the crew do have a Top Esports win. I mean, if you want somebody to be a little bit more notorious or somebody to take a little bit more of a look at, I think it's Prey in the community Discord who's currently got the highest scores out of anybody in the prediction race. And then Zach as well, who's in sole possession of being in that top spot. So if they're matching up with Top Esports, taking the win, then odds are that they've got the good juice, that they kind of know what's going on.
Yeah, Prey from our community is matched only by Izzy, who is our lead graphic artist, also tied for second place in terms of prediction score. The question is, What do Izzy, Zach, and Prey have as their predictions? I'm trying to look at. Oh, okay, bam. So Prey has 3-1 for Top Esports tonight.
We'll have to try and figure out the rest in just a little bit of time. But we do importantly have a draft now for game number 1 between these two sides. Nico immediately hitting that ban table. Expect to see her there the entire night long, and maybe the rest of it can be flexible around the Rift.
Wow, an early Trundle ban.
I think that's the first time Sejuani.
I think that's pretty much what the case is going to be. There's no other way that you would ban a Trundle early, too.
Right. This is because they're playing against Monkey. Monkey was the person who popularized this. Back into the LPL, was kind of playing it in fringe situations where nobody else was, and then all of a sudden it gained a little bit of traction and started getting picked up a little bit more. So this is a definitely targeted ban, and definitely something that I would be smiling at if I were Monkey.
Yeah, I mean, like, in the past, normally you would wait to see a tank jungler or, like, a large tank option picked before going for Trundle, but you're right. Monkey has said, you know what? In a land of Xin Zhao, Vi, Pantheon, I'm just landing Trundle, baby, and there's no other jungler that can beat me in the current landscape. But we accelerate through the first 3 picks. Azir locked in for Cream, Cube, Varus, and Rumble taken for WE in their opening rotation.
Yeah, and I mean, this sort of fits. You expect to see a Gwen come through as a response to this Rumble here, but there's a definite world where we do go something a little bit off the wall and something to try and handle this Rumble. I mean, Sion, for example, still left open. Seems to be more of a Game 2 pick, but that hyper tank in the front line, certainly something that we may expect to see from Cube. Or by answered rather to Cube. I do like this pickup of the Jhin. I love taking poke and range when I have the pairing of an Azir. The duo of having set up an artillery from your AD carry when you've got the raw DPS that an Azir provides is a match made in heaven. It's why I like the Varus takeaway. It's equally why I like Jackie Love picking up this Jhin. Recalling back to the Split 1 playoffs when he snipes Rookie with a 4th shot between 2 of his own teammates. This is a pick that Jackie Love can perform on, and we need to see that in Game 1 again.
Top Esports are daring WE to take an answer into the rail before support options start getting banned off the table. Poppy will at least be a flex pick option for this roster, whether Vampire wants to take it into the rail directly, or if they decide to say, you know what, Poppy jungle looks really good here, guys, so we'll only time will tell once where this Poppy will go to. Now, junglers have yet to be locked in for Top Esports as well as their top laner of choice, whereas WE, as we already noted before, a little bit more flexibility. Now, I don't expect Vampire to pull out Rumble support anytime soon. I'm just saying that it, you know, if we want to get a little crazy with the cooking,
it has existed previously is the statement that I think we can confidently say, and any insinuation that it wouldn't be going into Cube's hand would be a little bit out of left field with what is already a very good mid-game composition for WE. I expect them to continue down that trend. They need themselves a relatively proactive jungler. Poppy can be that, but maybe a Nautilus to go in tandem with this could work out well. You can see Top Esports actually fluctuating their bans and saying that this Poppy might be quite likely to go into the support role, and that they want to get Monkey off of something that is more facilitatory, more engage focused. Remember, Top Esports still need their jungler as well, so banning away too many of them does pinch their own pool. Things like the Xin Zhao still available if that wants to get picked up. The Pantheon as well, still an answer if either of these two junglers wish to take it.
And I like that they're just going to lock in their mid laner of choice for Karis, just to continue giving that flexibility for this Poppy pick. Whether it goes to Monkey's hands if he likes the matchup into the jungle pick, which with Nefiri locked in for Kanavi, we know that Nefiri can be still quite a huge carry threat performance. I have said it with Cubby since day one of the Nefiri craze that happened almost, a month, 2 months ago. Poppy's my favorite option because as soon as Nefiri commits with that pursuit into the backline, steadfast presence, and suddenly Nefiri is very sad, and bam, there we go. WE commit to having Poppy in the jungle for Monkey, Renata Glass as another disengage option. So the way that WE are going to be playing fights here, Rude, it's not really a lot of strong engage power, but they have great pick potential off of Ahri and Varus, and then the way that they can re-establish fights on their side and absorb Top Esports' engage is going to be the name of the game for them.
I mean, for WE here, it is all about this early to mid-game turn-on. They do not stand a chance late game. Even if this is an on-hit Varus, which with Renata is more typical, they are going to struggle as they move later on. Trying to cut through a Sion, trying to out-DPS an Azir is not going to be easy. For Top Esports, it's about delaying the game. It's about making sure that they can get to that 30-35 minute marker, hit 3 items, and dish out the damage.
Getting a chance to see both coaches exchange fist bumps. And a final look at both of the compositions for Game 1 between Top Esports and Team WE. A reminder to everyone that this is the lower bracket for the playoffs of our second split. If you lose here, your road is over. No chance for MSI as there's only 2 spots available. You have to make the run through the lower bracket, which, to be fair, Top Esports very familiar with, and how they were able to snag their first title in quite a long time in Split 1 just a few months ago. But Team WE has been a squad that not many of us here on the broadcast, not many in the community were expecting to have such a massive glow up. And we kept doubting them over and over and over again. And yet here they are, standing against the first seed in the LPL, Ladies and gentlemen, it is Team WE taking on Top Esports Game 1. Let's go.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
And you can see that there are fans in the audience.
Holy.
This isn't just going to be a one-sided Top Esports affair, at the very least in the arena. And the WE themselves, they've got a fair shake of supporters themselves. I want to call out how the early game needs to go for WE, because they got counter pick in mid lane and in support roles, so they knew that they were playing against the Rel. They took the Renato into it. They knew that they were playing against Azir. They took the Ahri into it. They need to find these early kills now. In the last couple of seasons, early game has changed a little bit. Previously, if we say they need to find kills early on, that was, you know, the first 6, 7 or 8 minutes or so that we're expecting to see action. I mean, I think in the current meta and in the current season, you've probably got up until 10, 15 minutes or so before I start to truly get worried about how early you need to find those advantages. But for WE, expect them to go for that first dragon, expect them to take those early void grubs. And with Taeyun here on this on-hit virus, they do have a element of late game power if they do have to go mega late, but it's not going to be easy.
Chris already trying to get aggressive against Taeyun and Vampire in this early lane, as they both rush for the level 2 coming in on this second wave. One of the things that really made Top Esports struggle into BLG in their previous series was the fact that Top Esports, if they didn't find those early game leads, which most of the time that series, and why it ended up in a 3-0 in defeat for them, was that they were unsuccessful in doing so. Now, this is a game where they're not necessarily tasked with having to find those early game leads. It's more of the onus on Team WE, and if Top Esports can kind of slow down the game, as you called out, and get to that late game stage where a lot of these pieces, for the most part, are scaling. Even though Jhin is not necessarily a champion we typically associate as a scaling champion, there's no real tanks on the side of Team WE, so this is a game that could be favored for them.
Though. Early from Monkey.
Flash from Monkey, trading it for Jackie Love. Oh, Chris tries to absorb the engage, and he takes the handshake to the face, but a flash from Taeyun for another auto attack, maybe one more piercing arrow. The Halo Blade. Oh, it's not enough. Jackie Love survives the first gank from Monkey.
Yeah, he limps out to safety with just a slither of health. And Taeyun actually cancels an auto attack. He doesn't think that he's got the range, and then just as he goes to channel his E, the auto winds up and then he cancels it by casting the hail of arrows. It's a little bit of a disaster for Taeyun, but it's a strong advantage nonetheless for WE. They get to crash this wave, they're going to get a recall, and that base for Jhin as well. Starting off on boots when you're going to come back to Taeyun, who's going to have those components, probably of the Vamp Scepter, so longsword, dagger as well. He's going to have, at the very least, an advantage in that auto attack trade. Now we are seeing a response from Kanavi here as we move into the mid lane. Looks like Kara should just be able to walk this out.
Throw the charm into Kanavi's face. Second Darkened Dagger will find its mark. Kars will take a little bit of damage on the way back out, but still has a teleport to play with just in case he needs to take an earlier recall. We'll take a look back with this replay.
Yeah, and you can see it's a really early flash from Jackie Love, and well respected. Crisp, as much as he gets that handshake, does actually end up stunning up Jackie Love, but look at Taeyun here. Just as he throws it, he has a chance to auto attack. It gets cancelled by him casting that E, and he misses out on the kill in a situation where he should have got it. So Taeyun a little bit there of a flub. One of the better players from WE, it's worth saying, but not quite having that highlight moment that we've come to see from him through this split.
Kanavi popping the call of the pack early just to get an extra bit of damage and movement speed to walk away from Monkey's face. We'll get a chance to finally look for his first base, and, you know, this is kind of the matchup, how it plays out for Nefiri into essentially any jungler that wants to make early moves on the map. You're going to have naturally that farm advantage and ability to try and yoink some early camps away, and you're just trying to get to those first 2 item spikes of the game as Nefiri. If you get through to that point in the game pretty unscathed and your team isn't falling dastardly behind, I mean, how many Nefiri games have we seen just completely taking over ever since Neferi Jungle's inception into the season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you bring up Kanavi on this jungle matchup, because I do think it's going to be the most important one for this series, and I think it's going to be a really intriguing one to follow as we move throughout it, right? Monkey is probably a large proponent of the reason that WE are here, as Vampire in a little bit of trouble, but Monkey having a great series up against JDG brought them into this match versus Top Esports, and now, you know, Jun for me was one of the second best performing carry junglers that we had in the LPL. Now he's up against the MVP of the split, the carry jungler from the LPL in Kanavi. And if Monkey can continue that streak and somehow find himself taking a strong series versus Jun and a series versus Kanavi as well, this player's inception to the LPL was very quick, but he's already taking some very big scalps, and I do want to keep track of how well these junglers specifically match up against one another.
Yeah, and a reminder that this isn't Monkey's first year in the LPL. He technically had his debut with EDG, if I'm not mistaken, last year. But Monkey has proven to be one of the saving graces for this roster ever since he was brought onto it halfway through Split 1. I still remember the Viego game that he had that, you know, despite it was the one win that they got and it's still an overall series loss, it was enough for Team WE to say, yeah, that's our guy. That's our guy going into Split 2. And between him and Taeyun doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and eventually Vampire being able to step up his own performance as well, they have remained a strong three-man core that has continuously brought WE wins that otherwise had no business winning. Yeah,
and I think that that's what you're looking for in one of these theoretically weaker pack teams, is just a player that can secure you some of those game wins. I mean, we were looking at the champion scores for this split and how well each player has performed on each of those champions. As we see, Kanavi finding a little opportunity to invade with the priority from top lane. But the real big one for me was actually Cube on the win rate. He's got an 8-3 scoreline on Rumble through this split, and WE in this season, they had a game score themselves of 19-24. So almost half of those games that WE won were with Cube on Rumble. So this is a really important pick for not just Cube, but for WE as a whole, in how they can also find success. There are plenty of tools for them to get things going, and so far they're on the right track. I talked about their early game needing to be strong. We've got the first dragon going their way. They look to be in position with a swap up to the top side with Taeyun and Vampire to try and contest these grubs. I mean, I'm looking at the AD carry items, and Taeyun is leaps and bounds ahead of Jackie Love. If we go for a skirmish around these grubs, you can already see that Monkey wants to push the issue. Both mid laners moving back from a recall as well. This could very well be our first little scrap.
Okay, Karis will trade his ulti for Kanavi's first cast of his ulti, and he's not going to get a reset anytime soon, so that is just the Pounce Pursuit already used. First grub is secured for Team WE, but the rest of Top Esports, now that Cream has arrived back onto the Rift, should be enough to force Team WE off the pit. And that means 2 grubs will be awarded to Top Esports, so overall, neither team is going to be able to get all 3. And even though maybe not necessarily ideal for Team WE, it was kind of their own vindication since they actively teleported Cube over to the other side of the map route, which I was going to ask you is like, is that a little strange considering that you want to be using this Rumble, these early objective fights and forcing the issue where you're strong?
I think they were scared about losing waves or too much gold and putting people behind. Cube had pathed back out to that top side and then, you know, caught one wave and then would have had to have either recalled, walked all the way back to bot side, or TP and actually stay relatively even with the Sion, because currently he's a little bit behind already. So it was a case of maybe just a little bit of bad timing as Monkey now finds Kanavi in the jungle. Phase Rush should be able to get him out to safety, or give Monkey a little bit of a more opportunity to stand around and try and take this fight. But you make a good point there, Alpha, that if they wanted to try and take the fight, Equalizer could have very easily done the job. But I do want to point out that for Karis, he's actually feeling a little worse for wear in this mid lane, and for a player like Cream who had a shaky series versus Knight and versus BLG, this is a good game 1 already for him to start that redemption story. Had a bit of a shaky series just last weekend, but has already started redeeming himself in this series. There was a mid lane play, or the play around the grubs, excuse me, was definitely very favourable for him. Now Vampire looking for Jackie Love.
has both cleanse and flash just in case things got really hairy. Oh, Taeyu might be in trouble. He's forced to pop the cleanse early, and now the curtain call is going to try to slow him down. Vampire taking up as many bullets as he can. The fourth bullet does tack Taeyun, but thankfully for him, not too low on the HP department, still in the aftermath, and Kanavi not close enough to punish.
I wonder if there's a way, I mean, probably with the timing, there was no way that Top Esports actually lose JackeyLove there, but with the cleanse up, he's just a little bit too safe. Vampire holding hostile takeover is really big. We've got a Drake spawning in 50 seconds, and having that tool for that engage is going to be very important, and that's now no curtain call for JackeyLove, which is going to be a pretty big tool if Top Esports were planning on contesting this. I do think this gives a slight edge over to WE now in being able to take that. And once again, we need to keep our eyes on the power of these ultimates. I mean, Monkey in particular, with that Keeper's Verdict, has the chance to change the numbers advantage into their favor on the start of any Drake fight. That would be a great little timer for them to try and take this second dragon.
And first item spikes are already starting to come into play, but it's mostly for Top Esports. Hollow Radiance completed for 369, Shojin, and Nashor's Tooth for the jungle and mid laner respectively. Whereas for the rest of Team WE, despite the proactivity that we have seen out of this squad, they have not been able to match the overall economy strength of Top Esports. Now, to try and look for a quick pick on the cream would be difficult. They don't have really the strongest guaranteed forms of engage. 369 already roaming to cover this dragon fight.
Looks like Cube's basing. He's got teleport, and he probably has Liandry's in base to have that burn in this engage. Top Esports have started the dragon. Keeper's Verdict interrupted.
Yep, and here comes 369 looking for the backline. Knocks up Vampire, but it's first blood going over to Taeyun. And here comes the equalizers. Cube now joins the fight. Who's going to get the dragon? Kanavi still secures it. Monkey in the backline trying to do what he can to buy time. He will fall, and the rest of the Top Esports now on the run. Cube flashing forward, turns up the flame spitter, and it starts to burn down members. JackeyLove will hold his ground, fires a fourth bullet, but still on the run. Karis, charm flash, instant cleanse by JackeyLove. He makes it out, but the piercing arrow finds its mark. JackeyLove falls to the ground, and Kanavi will try to battle this one out. Taeyun not going to be able to survive this one as the dogs are out today. 3-0-1 for Kanavi.
And in the first skirmish, it's Top Esports that just barely come out on top. They find the dragon, and they find a triple kill for their MVP jungler. A big skirmish, and in a series that Top Esports needed to come out strong in, the first fight really goes their way. It starts with Crisp getting CC chained and pretty much out the fight before he can do anything. But a really big Emperor's Divide by Cream just gives enough space and creates that distance between himself and the backline to be able to cut through those carries. And then there's a re-engage. The 3 versus 3 on the back of this. 369 has gone down, but he barrels Cube down to just within an inch of his life. And then 2 really cool interactions. JackeyLove with an instant cleanse out, but Taeyun's flash gets him out to safety. Now, Kanavi has 3 stacks of blight, but he invulnerables the E, so Taeyun can't get a reset on his Q, meaning that Taeyun doesn't win this 1v1 afterwards. Kanavi comes out on top, finds just that slither of an advantage, and now from being 0-0-0 going into that play, is 3-0-1. The MVP of this split has the tools to carry this game.
And listen, Rude, this regular season, I know Kanavi has picked up a lot of player of the games, but I have, looked at some of those series where Top Esports really lived and died by Kanavi, and his ability to be consistently proactive. I had a lot of questions going into this series, but right now, off to a great start on this Nefiri. He and 369 are going to instantly jump onto an unsuspecting Cube who was just a little too overextended for his welcome.
Yeah, went one wave too far and maybe just taking the path through try up through the river. Not too sure how he ended up there, but he does end up dead for it. And it's these kind of mid-game woes from WE which have led them into having some difficult series and difficult games in the past. Now Jackie in trouble.
Karis waiting, patient. This time finds the charm. There's no flash, there's no cleanse to avoid certain death this time for JackeyLove. And this push, single pick, gives WE a lot of damage onto this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to get the turret outright as 369 teleports in to absorb it. 2-man knockup with the unstoppable onslaught. Chris falls up with the Magnet Storm right onto 3 members, and Kanavi can just knock him out one after another. But Monkey Monkey with a keeper's verdict will at least save the remaining member of that 3-man squad, but Top Esports still barreling ahead with the advantage.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication from WE there ends up costing them big time, and for what we talked about in the draft here, Arthur, I'm really worried for WE now. Their composition was the one that needed to get off to the races early on, but with 15 minutes into the game and they're 2,000 gold behind, this Azir is ahead. This Neferi is 2,000 gold up over its counterpart, and in this matchup of those junglers, the MVP versus the up-and-comer, it is the MVP currently who's standing out, standing up and making that name for himself.
And when we look at this season for Kanavi in particular, you know, one of the things that made the community of LPL excited in the first place is that Kanavi has had a history of being one of the best junglers, not just in the LPL, but in the world. But, you know, recent past couple of years, Kanavi slightly underperforming based on, you know, probably his peak year in 2023 with that JDG roster that almost completed the Golden Road before eventually falling to T1 in the semifinals of that World Championship. Kanavi has had to answer for a lot of those questions, and right now he is on a great start to this series. 5-0-2 on the Neferi will help Cream get another kill for Top Esports.
And that's the second time in as many sequences that Cube has been caught out. One of the reservations that this WE roster had coming into the year was Cube. We saw on the graphic at the start that he had a 16th place finish just last year, and you know, just shades of that performance, and the reason that Cube was a bit of a risky pickup for them starting to come through in this game number one. The second time he's been caught out on the Rumble in a side lane without really any good excuse.
We're still just 17 minutes into the game. 2 dragons have been taken, the 3rd dragon just spawning now. I'm gonna echo your concerns and sentiments for WE right now. I mean, the fact that 369 has so far scaled on this Scion relatively unoppressed by Cube's Rumble is not a good sign, and he can match into the Ahri or Rumble effectively now with the amount of HP he has, the amount of MR that he has. Top Esports dropping this Rift Herald just to guarantee priority for the Dragon.
And they should just be able to take both this charge into the mid lane, that Dragon, and I mean, for WE here, I genuinely am worried about how they ever try and claw their way back into this game because they are behind. And 369 is a mammoth in that front line. You can see there's no real way of them trying to get into this Drake. They have to concede it. And they're not going to be able to trade a tier 1 in the mid lane for it. They've already taken it down. They might be able to get tier 1 top side, but that's also going to be traded for the tier 1 in the mid lane. So overall, or in the bot lane, so overall, this is still Top Esports coming out on top. And we're still at that phase in the game where really WE should be looking to find these advantages, but they're just going to find it so difficult at this point that the comeback for them is pretty darn impossible, and it definitely feels like it's going to need to be some miracle performances with a massive hostile takeover, with a massive keeper's verdict that could potentially keep them in.
Holy, Kanavi just sending the Hound's Pursuit and forcing a flash out of Vampire's Renata Glass there. This goes to show how dire straits WE are at this point, since Kanavi has 2 items for himself this early on, just because the amount of kills, the amount of gold he's been able to acquire for himself so far. Nearly 2,000 ahead of Monkey's Poppy. Now Kanavi might be in trouble, still has the call of the pack. Keeper's Verdict completely dodged. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy for the Neferi.
Yeah, really good timing from Kanavi there as Monkey now walks into a fully charged detonating smash, and also Kanavi is around.
No Hound's Pursuit still for quite some time. However, the CC chain from 369 might be enough. Equalizer will try to turn the fight around. Monkey trying to play around with his health bar. Kanavi just jumps over to the left side of the wall, and now 369 might be in trouble. Forced to flash. Chain of Corruptions tags him, and nice snipe from Taeyun over the wall.
Lovely from Taeyun. This is the reason we've been excited for this AD carry. WE have largely been relying on him through the regular season as that carry, and you get to see a little bit of a glimpse of why. A Chain of Corruption over the wall, max range between that and the Piercing Arrow, just barely able to take out the Scion. And we talked about the tanky nature of this top laner. Well, we have Leandri's on Rumble, we've got full tank shred coming through for Taeyun. There is a world where, given enough time, and if 369 extends a little bit too far forward, he may well fall. It looks good for top to start this off, but 369 not having that unstoppable onslaught really punishes him here. Would have liked to see him just channel that he can get a better CC chain. And Monkey really heads up play, tosses his buckler at a plant so he gets the immediate shield and gets himself that little bit of HP which keeps himself alive. Taeyun here procs Blight with his ulti, and then as soon as those Blight stacks charge up, again, getting that percentage HP damage down.
Monkey might be in trouble though. Magna Storm is going to keep him occupied. Tries to flash away. Hound's Pursuit guarantees the kill. Here comes the bailout, but no chance for a kill to save Monkey's life for a second chance at this one. Dragon still a couple of minutes away before it could be claimed. So yeah, that is the objective that Top Esports will be rewarded for.
And 2 items on Cream as well, a player who's been largely quiet through this game, but is up 1,300 gold over his counterpart, is becoming a massive threat in this game. At WE, they are really up against it for this first game. Top Esports have been pretty clinical in their approach. They found really good opportunities to take those trades, and even that first Dragon fight where it was a 3-for-4, found themselves a good advantage as Taeyun here looking to try and take a blue buff away. Will be successful in that venture and will help out on a top tier 1 as well. But I like this from Top Esports, the fact that they're only really using 1 or 2 people to take that Atacon, and then they can send 3 people to just slow down WE, because in fairness to WE, they are making those cross-map plays and attempting to punish Top Esports for taking an objective on the bot side. But because they have to commit so few people to take those objectives, they can expend a roam up to the top side. They can expend members to stop what WE are looking to do.
If you are still a diehard Top Esports fan, regardless of the international results that this team has been able to accomplish in recent years, you're feeling good. Your Kanavi 6-0-3 on Naafiri has had a stellar performance so far, and even though Cream in a similar spot in the BLG series where, 2-1 quiet performance on the Azir, the burden of carry is not just solely on his shoulders this game, which is where I feel like Top Esports sometimes struggles when if Cream is the only one that is ahead, then he's not willing to play a little bit more boldly. But the fact that Kanavi is super ahead, hang on, this might be a little bold into the red buff, but he can just eviscerate over the wall. He's out of there. And did he get the red buff too? That's crazy.
Yeah, 369's Decimating Smash actually took the red, and he just walks back in and picks up the little red buff on the floor that gives it to both the players that were involved. So WE now move into this with no AD carry red buff, with Jackie Love 2 items with that rapid fire cannon, getting a little bit of poke onto Taeyun, and they've got this established pressure in the mid lane where 369 just steps up. But you can see WE, they want to push this mid wave, they want to push down to that dragon and try to find a fight for it. The important part about all of this is that we look at that bot side, because right now Cream is just wailing away on a tier 2 turret. If he spends too long there, he could get collapsed on, but you know that Top are already in the vicinity.
This did happen in the BLG series where Cream was a little too overextended, but Top Esports thankfully got his back this time around. They're already making the pincer move happen. Cream, come on, send it. Go. Emperor's Divide, I want to see it. Keeper's Verdict punts on a couple members there. Equalizer tries to split up the fight. Emperor's Divide just pushes them back, and WE now on the retreat. Hound's Pursuit finds the first reset. Kanavi's gonna save it for the second kill, cause call the pack. Gonna look for extra bit of damage, and that's the triple kill for Kanavi. The rest of Top Esports being able to follow up on their junglers, give him the quadra kill as Kanavi is gonna E forward, looking for one more Darkened Dagger. The flash forward, unofficial quadra for Kanavi's Naafiri, and an ace for Top Esports.
You do not give this man carries if you can help it, and it's Kanavi with a 10-0 performance in the start of game number 1. That is rocketing Top Esports to a victory. They haven't even taken the tier 1 turret yet in that mid lane, but this game is already signed, sealed, and delivered. They've got the scaling of the Azir, the scaling that this Sion provides, and they've got a 10-kill assassin in the jungle to go blow for blow with it. The second WE don't commit to this play onto Cream, they sign their own death warrant. You can see that Top Esports actually play around the hostile takeover very well. They're cautious of funneling in to this narrow choke point. 369 goes unstoppable through it. Kanavi just takes a path under the sun disc to get involved, and Jackie Love opens up with the curtain call just out of range so that he can still contribute to the fight. It's an exceptional performance from Top Esports, knowing exactly how they need to play around the crucial ultimate from Vampire.
Yeah, I mean, My small play-by-play brain was just telling them to send it, and they were way more cautious than I would have been. WE in trouble in their own red quadrant jungle as Vampire is super low. Taeyun, the first one to fall, that just spells disaster and doom and gloom for the side of Team WE. Monkey trying to hold his own, flashing over the wall. The curtain call, fourth bullet will not find his mark, but Cream definitely will. Karis at least finds a redemption kill and taking out the bird, but WE still on the run. Karis has one more Spirit Rush charge to play with. Should be able to escape, but there is no jungler to contest the smite from the side of Top Esports, and it's the Baron that they'll take in prize.
Yeah, I like that they're highlighting this TP as though Karis is going to be able to do anything in a 1v4 with no ultimate, but this is just going to be Top Esports taking this Baron, likely resetting, getting back out onto that bot side and putting themselves to soul point as well. And we've already highlighted that this is now probably going to be Top Esports taking game number 1. 12 kills now for Konami with an Edge of Night as well, becoming even more unlikely to fall. I mean, take a look at that jungle experience differential. Literally 3-level difference between Konami and Monkey.
Look at the gold!
Yeah, I mean, 5.6k between that plus 1,500 of base stats if we're being conservative at this late stage. It's pretty disastrous, and it starts from maybe a little bit of Vampire and Monkey thinking that they're a little bit safe with one another lurking around. Oh, I've got QCP as well. I can make something happen here, but unfortunately, if Top Esports are really anywhere near close, it just means that they are going to win these fights. Taeyun gets engaged on, and you can see that he's already half HP from a crisp combo alone, which, again, speaks to the dire state of this game. And yeah, they'll take down Cream, but really the large-scale implications are that they just have no chance. And even on live, Vampires just died to Jaculot, so... Yeah.
Yeah. 10,000 gold advantage for Top Esports. Can we get a... Oh! Alright. If Kanavi pops off one more time before the end of the game, I'll send it a little bit more once again. Kanavi already getting bold with it, dashing over the wall. Threatening WE. He is daring them to step up to defend their own structures, and Kanavi's like, yeah, I'm just built different. I am Timothy Chalamet. He's got 4 items. We already talked about nearly a 6,000 gold advantage individually for Kanavi. I mean, WE, I don't know if they have any chance in killing this dog unless Kanavi is completely blundering it. Karis trying to fish with the Spirit Rush and the Charm already. Okay, Chris goes down. 369 is going to send it with the Unstoppable Onslaught. Maybe it was just a worthy death for the cause of the fight. And here comes Kanavi. First reset, baby. Hound's Pursuit into the fountain will be his first death. Not even close. Oh, Kanavi is going crazy on the Neferi. 14-0-6. That's the performance you want to see from your regular season MVP. Top Esports take game 1.
Back to business as usual. A shock entry to the lower bracket here for Top Esports, and they start the series as they should mean to go on. 1-0, 14,000 gold lead come the end of the game, off the back of that man on your screen, Kanavi, with a Goliath performance on the Neferi. A massive standout from him, and already sort of saying to Monkey, you're going to have a harder time up against me than you did, June.
You know, Alec just brought up a good point. I had a neighbor who was complaining about my dog getting out in the middle of the night and waking up the neighborhood. And I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm so sorry. I'm going to make sure Choco's not doing that. He's been asleep this entire time. Meanwhile, my ass is howling for this Neferi performance. But you know what? I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit. Get the celebrations where it is due. Kanavi, standout performance. And quite honestly, Rude, it has to happen. You know, if Top Esports are in the lower bracket, they have no excuses to be letting up the type of performances that we expect them to naturally have.
And I think as well, it is important to say that Top Esports underperformed versus BLG, but also BLG looked absolutely incredible. Like, there was a mixture of both. And a series score for me that is anything other than 3-0 to Top Esports suggests that they've still got shades of those problems from that series. They need to slam WE, and I need 2 more games of that to reinstill the confidence in me that Top Esports can be a team that can challenge BLG. Because looking at the series from earlier on in the week, it's just not possible. And now we look at this series versus WE, it needs to reset some of those expectations and set them high.
There are still many fans in the LPL community that are not ride or die top esports fans for a reason, because so many times top esports have achieved great heights and then disappointed when it mattered most. You look at the first stand tournament, that left a sour taste and kind of reaffirming people who have doubted top esports in the past, saying, man, even when they're able to pick up their first LPL title in such a long, drought of titleless splits, they still cannot perform when it matters most on the international stage. These are the performances that top esports need to consistently have if they want to make a run through the lower bracket and deservingly so get themselves back to MSI for a shot at redemption on the international stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they do need to redeem themselves internationally as well. Let's not pretend that First Stand wasn't a really big disappointment for the LPL. And I think that with top esports having maybe that a little bit in their minds as well, that can also be a bit of a kicker to think, well, we need to go back to international because we need to show that we're better than we showed last time. And I mean, we get to see some of the highlights. This is the first fight of the game that goes exceptionally close, is that nail biter that really WE needed to win. I mean, from here, in hindsight, we can say it quite easily, but you always really have that feeling that from this fight onwards, given that it went to top esports, the game was always going to be very, very difficult. And it's really nice to see that the entire game was based on Kanavi, and even in this very first fight, that he is the reason why they come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, already one of the questions kind of answered. Do we get to see Carry Kanavi back in full form, And I would argue that in their BLG series, while it was overall disappointing from top esports, when you look at like the individual performances, I think Kanavi was probably the least offensive when it came to the BLG series. Unfortunately, he wasn't necessarily on big carry champions that could, take a game fully by the reins and control it from start to finish. This time around, he gets a Nefiri performance, and once he is given the lead and Monkey is not able to accelerate the game, thanks to Jackie Love and Chris surviving the first couple of, looks from WE, it's just the Kanavi show.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this guy is our regular season MVP for a reason. It's kind of scary, the strength that this guy provides, and I do think that Kanavi in this game number one definitely illustrated some of those strengths. You can see him just sort of pouncing from kill to kill, knows exactly the limits of his champion, knows pretty much what it is that he needs to be doing at any given time, and is very frequently doing the exact right thing, even in the final fountain defense where he's just pouncing over the wall and just taking that space away from WE and just 1v1ing, nail biter really underneath Nexus turrets. He knows really what it is that he can get accomplished. I mean, when you've got a 7 level advantage on the support, they become butter, and Poppy, who may have built a little bit tankier as well, same sort of thing. 4 levels down, just gets melted even in the fountain.
Yeah, and while we know for a certainty that it's going to be a Kanavi player of the game for this game one, while we still have time before we get to that confirmation, still a couple other questions I want answered in this series. Obviously, if Kanavi just carries every single one, that's cool, but I want to see Cream be put to the test where he's in a state where Kanavi is not being the primary carry for this particular situation, and he is the one that has to step up and be more bold with his own advantages, as that I think that was the thing that was really lacking in their series against BLG, when he had the opportunity to save top esports and he couldn't. So because if top esports want to redeem themselves domestically and internationally, it can't just be a one-man show, Cream's got to step it up too. But we got the confirmation there, Rude. Kanavi, player of the game, as expected. Big performance, 14-0-6 on the Nefiri. And before we close out our Game 1 and get ready for Game 2, we want to remind everyone at home that we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So Subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions. Also, it helps level up the broadcast by giving us fancy new graphics. Shout out to Chris Sunga, who made this beautiful graphics package. We didn't even have this in Split 1, and now we feel so fancy with it thanks to supporters like you. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we are going to, my producer is telling me that we technically had this by, I think, playoff Split 1. But you know what? My point still stands. We did not have this at the beginning, and then eventually we got there, you know? So thank you to everyone. Oh, okay, well...
Listen, we're going to break. I'm sorry. I'm boycotting. We're going to break. We'll see you for game number 2. Thank you very much. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2, but before we do so, have you heard about MOBA Trainer, a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles? Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. We're going to do one right now while we're waiting for draft of game 2.
Yeah, this is the map on screen. We're going to take a look. I think it's a jungle one this time round, Rafa, so you should be right in your element. Let's take a look and see.
Okay.
We'll put you to the test. How strong is your jungle knowledge?
I can't wait to disappoint everyone. All right, Here we go. Junglers, here we go. What is the puzzle here? Oh, okay, we're playing Nocturne into Pantheon. What should Nocturne do?
It said we were practicing counter ganking, so I guess we're going to be counter ganking.
Okay. Okay. So the Pantheon has just ascended. Finish Krugs get in our range. Okay. Ezreal just shifted, still has summoner spells. Senna is kind of isolated at the moment, but there's no flashes on Corki or Rel. There's a flash on Pantheon. I mean, I think you have time to auto-attack the Krugs once and then walk over an R. I'm going to be selfish. Finish the Krugs.
Okay.
And this is why my friends hate playing with me, because I'm like, hey, why are you guys dying to this? You know, whatever, man. Come on, we have flash up, we have barrier, we have heal. Come on.
Who are you ulting? Who are you picking?
Corki has no flash. I'm looking at Corki. Like I'm. Oh, okay. Nice. Santa's just burned flash and heal. I mean, I could play defensively and play around saving my Senna, but Ezreal's in position to annihilate this Corki, so just ult onto Corki. He just Valkyried in. He has no flash. He's easy. Yeah.
We don't. If Senna was the AD carry, then yes. Senna is not the AD carry. Let the Senna die. Yeah.
Boom.
Okay. Plays well. There's still 3 more questions after this. What do we do now?
Do you have time to get Dragon? This seems like a good timer to get Dragon and then base after. I'm down with that.
I think we just killed all 3 of them. I think we should start the Drake.
Yeah.
It's okay. Or we could have continued farming. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
in solo queue, it's tricky because your Ezreal wants to push this wave, and death timers plus home guards make it really tricky. Like in old seasons, this is your Drake timer for sure. But you can see this Ezreal's going to grief. He's going to try and push this wave and then the next wave.
Okay, no scatter the weak. Syndra has flat. I'm
flashing on her anyway.
No, I'm just gonna keep walking.
Okay.
Because Ezreal wants the base here. He just pushed in the wave. He's below 50% HP. Otherwise, you're saying Ezreal, come over here right now.
Yeah, but Ezreal has range. Do keep walking. Know that I would flash forward.
Keep walking.
Pick one. Yeah.
All right.
I got a prismatic choice. Flash forward. Always. This guy has no E. Kill her.
Fine.
Ezreal can come. He can help. Look. Play at range. Okay, delightful.
The kill did not take as long as I thought it would take. All right. You now have 820. You don't have an... continue clearing.
I'm clearing, bro. Every single day I'm clearing.
Farm.
Yeah. Safe to clear camps. We just killed their bot lane and their mid lane. Like, I'm owning right now. Of course we clear our camps. Jungle privilege, baby. I'm going to be full HP after this Krug camp. Look at me. No, maybe not. Okay, did I rank up?
Jungle privilege is not as powerful as it used to be. Like a couple seasons ago, I would agree. You'd be full HP just off of, the Krug camp itself, even with the Nocturne passive. But what is this chest? Open it.
Can we open it? Gamba, click the chest.
Oh, 3
I finished this bundle. Okay. Thank you.
Very cool. Back to cams. Where are we in the draft, Producer Kai? Have they loaded up back? We have not started draft yet. Wow. I felt like we definitely took a lot of time on that.
We were deliberating over some of our jungle decisions, that's for sure.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I just want to say, if I was, totally selfish, you know, and not as nice, you know, that's where some of my decisions were being made. And then I was forced to think, okay, I guess I have to be a little bit, you know, more selfless than selfish. And then, you know, I'm being told, actually be more selfish. I'm like, what do you want me to do?
and hey, you know, if you guys enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off. It's got unlimited puzzles. You can use our code LPL20. Proceeds will help the MOBA trainer designers and the LPL unofficial English broadcast, and you can start leveling up your gameplay today. Fortunately, we are moving into now draft for game number 2. Where Top Esports took a commanding game number 1. So let's have a look and see how really the rest of the series plays out.
Yep. Top Esports going to be on the red side this time around. WE opting in for blue side since they lost the first game. And already a couple of priority junglers once again eliminated from the pool. Top Esports contemplating whether they want to give over Xin Zhao willingly, or if they want to ban it, or at least opt in for a power pick trade. And they're going to ban the Yorick instead. We know that we have seen the priority and rise of Yorick over, you know, the past couple of months, ever since he started becoming, you know, a powerful pick in his own right. But not going to be the case here for at least this game. Rise, though, I thought they were going to be looking at the Xin for Monkey, but he must have other picks he is willing to, obviously.
They haven't banned Trundle, so they're playing the Xin Zhao gambit, right? You take Xin Zhao, I'm going to take Trundle into you, steal your AD, and kill you. So if Kanavi wants to take that matchup, I'm sure both of these junglers honestly are going to be happy trying to handshake trade that. With a Yone lock, or not locked, with a Yone theorized as well, your eyes do go toward whether they want to just give him Sejuani into Trundle as well. And that then creates a whole plethora of issues that could potentially give Monkey a very high priority during this game. But we'll see what it is for Top Esports. Already the Yone getting locked in, a little bit of a flex potential. We have seen 369 play it in the past, but most likely going to be in Cream's hands. And Mark, you were asking for a pick that Cream can take the game by the scruff of the neck with. This is the type of player and the type of champion to do that on.
They are daring Monkey to just slam Trundle right now. They just took Sejuani in the face while Trundle is still available. WE, they're not going to hesitate at all. Monkey says, okay, bet.
Yeah.
I'm slamming the Troll King right now. Now, if you are WE, do you want to go for a priority 80 carry pick right now? Do you want to lock in your support of choice going into the third round? Looks like it's going to be the 80 carry.
Yeah, I mean, taking away one of those mobile ADCs is going to be really important. I think that Trundle, obviously, we know the synergy between taking Trundle into the Sejuani, but Trundle actually really struggles versus champs that have mobility. I think the majority of his power comes from his pillar. Just creating that extra terrain is so incredibly powerful, and when you've got champions like Yone and Sejuani who can actually just bypass that by dashing over it, it actually becomes really, really difficult for Trundle to function in these late game situations. Ezreal as well, you can see another one of those champions that gets a pillar put behind him, he just hops over it, and it's not too big a deal. So Top Esports, they knew exactly kind of what they were buying into here, and as long as they can pick champions that have got mobility, there's not a Poppy that can answer them, because that was taken from game number 1. And I think they've kind of played this Trundle gambit really well, where they've given it over willingly and have got all of the answers that they need to get themselves through it.
Yeah, this is just going to put a bigger premium on Xin Zhao later in the series, now that Trundle is no longer going to be an answer for WE to resort to. Support bans are now going to be the name of the game, since it has yet to be locked in for either Vampire or Crisp. Braum and Nautilus taken off the table. No Rel or Renata to be able to choose from, so things like Alistar, Leona, which just got banned, are still going to be picks that you are looking at if you're both squads.
Yeah, and it is Top Esports, obviously, that get their first pick of the supporter litter. So, you know, Alistar most likely to be taken off the board here as real Alistar. I mean, that takes me back to double if yellow star bot lane, when it was just do nothing and pray for the best kind of situation. Where you'd have an AD carry that was going to be consistent, you'd have an engaged style champion as well. And it looks like they're quite happy to give over that Alistar if Chris wants to take it, and that WE, maybe they've got themselves a little bit of an answer as well. Saving that counter pick potentially for that top side, and with Top Esports already having a very go-in dive style composition, the Alistar really fits that brief quite nicely. Any sort of top laner can just go into this role. Jace, for me, feels a little bit outside of that scope, so a ban there from WE, not quite what I was anticipating, but they decided to go for it either way. And Top Esports, they keep on going on that dive style. It's the Rakan instead of the Alistar, but dive is dive at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I will say that this does dissuade any opportunities for WE to lock in a couple of divers from the remaining 2 picks for WE, because Rakan not only great at following up on engage, but also being able to buy time for Jackie Love if he gets jumped on, thanks to the power of the charm and the quickness. WE gonna take the Alistar since it was not secured by Crisp, and Renekton is gonna be the forced blind pick for Cube.
I do wonder, I mean, there's a small world where this Sedge actually gets flexed up to the top side, and then you have a Sejuani top. You can give Kanavi still a pretty or pretty
definitely if you're Flandra,
role.
you know.
But I do, you know, like this Gragas getting taken. It's a very stalwart top laner and a pretty big denial pick. If you think about sort of going even top laners, for me, I think Gragas is maybe the best one of those, where you kind of shut down everything that happens. You take phase rush, and you can pretty much stop any engages from the majority of top laners. So 369 here looking to play a little bit more reserved, a little bit more safely. And again, looking at that scaling for both of these sides, WE actually have a lot better chances if this game does make it to that 30-35 minute marker. They're going to have Kai'Sa online, Ryze online here, and the front line for top esports isn't going to be nearly as strong as it might look on paper. We're going to see Sejuani get melted by Subjugate plus the damage that comes from Kai'Sa passive. You're going to see Gragas most likely opt into that AP route. So I do like WE as they move later into the game, how their composition on paper has scaling. Looking at the interactions between the teams may be a little bit different, because top esports as well, they've not got bad scaling as they move into it. The ability to access an Ezreal quite low for WE. They're going to struggle to get on top of Jackie Love, and a Yone as well, notoriously slippery, a tricky champion to take down.
The way that WE kind of pigeonholed themselves into game 1, the onus having to blitz the game early, or they just get completely outscaled. They answer in game 2 with a lot more scaling, late game insurance, as you already called out, with things like the Ryze and the Kai'Sa that will be monsters past the 20-minute mark, past the 25-minute mark. Top esports not necessarily going for extra early game power. They are trying to retain some of that scaling. So I think this game is going to be a particularly longer one, Rude, and one that might be more of a bloodbath as we get later and later into the game. But here we are, loading up onto the Rift for game 2 between Top Esports and Team WE.
萌 敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
This is Grasp of the Undying top for 6ix9ine here. So, not necessarily that phase rush, which gets him a little bit more maneuverability in that top lane and an ability to sort of kite out the Renekton, but gives him a chance to try and trade a little bit more favorably as we look later and later on into that laning phase. And secondly as well, I love this adaptation actually from Kanavi, looking at his keystone of choice. Usually you'll see Sejuani's go for that aftershock, building up that tanky ability, but knows that as soon as he gets subjugated with aftershock, he's going to go to negative resist, so instead opts into this spellbook.
We have seen in past metas where Trundle and Sejuani was kind of a more commonplace jungle matchup, and you would see the Unsealed Spellbook, or even, you know, in ancient times, there's that one keystone that would allow you to get different keystones, if you remember. Yeah, Kleptomancy.
No, wait, that was it. That was I can't remember.
No, not Kleptomancy. The
Omnistone. There we go.
Omnistone, yeah, and you would just occasionally switch to Fleet of Footwork, then Hail of Blades, then oh, I mean, really
Hail
fun
of Blade
times.
Sedge. Wow, the days.
Hail of Blade Sedge is, you know, crazy work, but, you know, super fast permafrost stacking. But with the Unsealed Spellbook, you'll have access to Exhaust, Ghost, even Teleport. I mean, we're going to get crazy in this game, and I'm definitely liking where Kanavi's headed at.
Already level 2 here. Oh, good headbutt from Vampire there, but he still takes a chunking of HP, and Jackie Love actually so far not been as clinical with these Mystic shots onto Taeyun as he might have liked, but still a favourable trade, but some of the heal burned by Crisp. Who is this? Okay, that is Kanavi. The way the camera was angling, I was thinking, is this Monkey going on a very early gank? Now this is spotted. Monkey's crossing over the banana bush, seen on a ward.
Pillar thrown on top of Kanavi, but he's already forced to flash away from the permafrost. Does not get procced by Kanavi. At least he's just stunned momentarily. But Cream flashing forward with the Q3. That That's exactly the proactivity I want to see from the mid laner for Top Esports, and Jacula follows up for first blood.
Yeah, and you can see in the mini-map as well, Taeyun and Vampire were caught in two minds as to whether or not they wanted to roam and help out. Karis here wisely stepping far enough back so that he can't get collapsed on by that jungle support role. And Taeyun and Vampire don't get to punish, really. They now finally do crash that wave, but Jaculov's already walking back out to the map. He's probably going to lose 1-2 creeps under the turret, but that's about it. And he's going to be with that tier quite happy.
Q flash right onto Chris. He's forced to flash over the wall, but Taeyun's gonna follow with a flash of his own, but he doesn't have enough damage on the Kai'Sa early on. Chris gets to survive, and now Taeyun is compromised. He's forced to cleanse the permafrost. Now he's just down 2 summoner spells at 3.5 minutes into the game. Monkey's gonna try to fight a flashless Cream, who might be actually donezo here if they can get one more combo off the Alistar. Oh! Taeyun finds a snipe onto Crisp under the tower, and Cream manages to survive.
Yeah, he does take a little chunking of HP, which is going to be pretty good for Karis in this laning phase. He'll go back to base, pick up a tier, move back out into that lane now with just a slight HP advantage. But overall, a nice little pickup for Taeyun there, maybe equalizing on a little bit of that gold that Jaculov got from First Blood. Tier versus Rectrix is a beneficial situation for the Kai'Sa to be in that 2 versus 2. You know, Rectrix not a great item by any means, but it gives some sort of stats where tier is literally just mana.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it's that one
It's just a prediction.
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't know that, or does he actually see Crisp? Because I think Crisp walks into Fog. He does, but there's just minions. There's still minions.
Yeah.
He's recalling on vision from the minions, so it is a little bit of window shopping as well. Like, Crisp has spells up at that point. He's not used them to disengage, so I'd like to think that he would have been able to dodge out if he was paying attention, but just get caught out and get taken down.
And considering that Taeyun had burned both summoner spells, if Chris doesn't die there, then it's just dire straits for Taeyun's early laning phase. That kill, while it feels great, it's just like, thank God you got that if you are Team WE.
No, exactly right. It pulls it back to parity, which is the important part. And looking at mid lane as well, Kanavi has spotted a very far up Karis.
Still has a flash on this rise, but the permafrost will connect. Q3 from Cream. Karis trying to flash away to... Where the hell are you going? Monkey is on the other side of the tracks, but thankfully for Karis, Phase Rush is procced, and it's enough for him to escape.
Yeah, he either has to extremely early flash, which is just not going to do anything for him because Sejuani still has Q, or, you know, flash out when all of those mobility spells have been used. And unfortunately, between Phase Rush, between the flash as well, he's actually able to get out to safety. So, may have looked a little unorthodox, but Karis knows his way out to safety and does get out. So, a good little pickup for him. Keeps himself safe in a situation where maybe he shouldn't have been in the first place, but he doesn't go down.
You know what? The early move by Kanavi gives Monkey the window to go for this first dragon. Jackie and Chris will at least walk on over and confirm that it is happening. I don't think they can really stop it. Cream is now just walking back to lane. He's got a wave of minions to pick up, so first dragon should be in the books. And Karis even Realm Orbs over just to guarantee that no funny business happens from the side of Top Esports bot lane.
Yeah, add a little bit of damage in, you know, Monkey with his little long sword in his inventory, not taking that Drake exceptionally quickly just yet, so any extra help is going to be pretty darn useful for him. And I think that it just gives him a little bit more time to move back out, because Dragon is a big resource, right? Like, it's a big time sink for our junglers if they try to take it on their own. So giving Monkey a little bit more time to clear a camp or two, enable him to stay on pace with Kanavia. You know, reminder from game number 1, it was Kanavi who came out on top in that quick duel. He has Ignite, though. Yeah. You know, if you're going to go Ignite like that, I would have liked to see him flash on Vampire. However, he sort of saved it. He knows that Karis has no flash, and I think that should be a target for them in this mid lane. But we'll see whether or not they end up looking to play towards it. A very, very slight advantage in the top lane, really, for Cube. But outside of that, these two teams playing pretty darn even toward one another. Again, a reminder that not particularly worried for either of these sides if the game goes later. odds of this coming down to execution in those team fights, or who has the advantage at that time, are quite likely. So we do see a swap coming through now. The mid laners trying to be pivoted to that bot side with grubs spawning in 10 seconds time. The AD carries and bot laners take pride of place in that mid lane so that they can move over and help their jungler.
Yep. All right, Kanavi, let's see you burn someone. Just throw out the Dubsec Ignite, because he's got to get his smite back up off cooldown so that he can compete for these grubs coming up soon.
Yeah, right now he's a laner trying to take his camps. I mean, he does have the debuff from having the jungle item, in fairness, but we'll see whether or not he can make too much more from this cube. Wisely, I think, here, holding on to Dominus. He knows that with no mana on 369, it's pretty darn free. I think Kanavi here needs to ignite somebody so that he can try and smite steal this. Ah!
Man. Well, Vampire Q Flash does not land, but you know what? He prevents Kanavi getting in the pin. Now Jackie Love might be in trouble here. Cube flashing forward. Ruthless Predator finds Jackie Love's Ezreal. Even between all summoner spells used, the Ezreal still goes down in the end. And WE winning big on this top river.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't have their top laner. They have no reason to go for that fight. 369 is so far out of contention that them looking at anything there is so crazy to me. He doesn't even have smite available to try and steal it, and even though Vampire flubs the engage, they still manage to get themselves a quick couple of kills. Even on the top side takes a chunk on 369 as well.
Hey, listen. You and I had the same reaction. I didn't vocalize it. You definitely did. You know, I was seeing a little bit of, you know, pre-placement stage Vampire showing its ugly head again. Oh!
Ah! No, monkey! Somebody hit the grub!
Oh my god! Never punished. Gotta lose the river fight. Doesn't matter. Just run straight back out onto the map and yoink the last grub away. That's fine.
I was about to say, so WE come out of this early game with 3 grubs, first dragon, and, you know, we're hoping that they could have made this happen in game number 1. Instead, it's 2 grubs, and it's not quite as good an opening as they might have liked. Vampire here just about playing in the fog of war, sort of anticipating where he thinks Kanavi's going to be, but I mean, Teo was giving him vision this whole time, and it's just a miss, unfortunately. Now, what is fortunate for Vampire is that Monkey doesn't miss, puts up a good pillar. Jackie Love is forced to flash out early. It's actually Cube who comes in and finds a really good angle to make this work. Vampire, because he fluffed his Q so early on, has a second Q ready to take down Kanavi afterwards and make sure that they find 2 kills in that situation. And I know that we've just had the replay for 1, but you can expect a replay for the grub as well, don't you worry.
The LPL observers love roasting the players whenever they have a chance to, and honestly what would make it even better is to have a reaction of the WE fans losing that 3rd grub. Just because they obviously, deservedly so, they got really excited for the big win, and then probably seeing the last grub go over like, come on guys, we just had a big win, it was so perfect. But
we've done everything right, and then a disaster struck on Summoner's Rift. But we've got 10 seconds now on the next dragon as well, Rafa here, with a 1k gold lead for WE. It's largely focused on Cube in that top lane, so if they want to leverage that advantage, he needs to make his way down through that river. That is what he's doing, in fairness, so they've pushed in that top wave. Yes, priority gets first move to walk down, and WE, they can push in this mid wave with the priority that they've got there, and then look to start up this dragon. 369 with no TP has elected to take that top wave, and this should just be WE taking this. The numbers are in their advantage.
Kanavi's working around onto a control ward, looking. Glacial Prison is dodged by Karis thanks to his flash. That's an ulti expended for a summoner spell, and WE will say, well, they made their play, we make ours. 2 dragons to the name.
369 does find a second plating on that top side, and it's actually a TP coming in for Karis, who's now got a fully completed Rod of Ages, who's now going to feel like he can maybe play a little bit more aggressively, knowing that he's going to get some stacking, some HP coming through as well. He does give a good little 1v1 in the bot side for Cube when it's 1v1. And even when it's 2v1, apparently, Toppy's forced to decide. No thanks!
You know, Dominus Renekton in the early stages of the games is one of those few situations where even in a 1v2, you still feel pretty scared on taking those chances if you are top esports. So, rightfully so, just allows the Dominus to expend. Vampire looking for Jackie Love. No flash available still. Instantly commits the flash, and Jackie Love is just going to be in dire straits here. Easy pickup for Taeyun. Why are we burning the barrier? You're already dead, my guy.
Yeah. One Ezreal Q doesn't deal 800 damage. I'm afraid you're never trading that back. That is a flub from Jackie Love here as he throws a summoner spell to the wind. Gets immediately taken down by the Kai'Sa passive proc, and now forces TP into the mid lane from Cream. Would have liked to go into that bot, or from 369, excuse me. Would have liked to go down to that bot side to catch that. This now leads into an advantage being given over to Cube, who was already in the lead. Because 369 has to TP mid lane to catch that wave, it gives a play over to the Renekton.
Hex Flash. Pulverize, headbutt into the wall. Taeyun starting to burn down Kanavi really fast. Chris turns it on with the quickness, looking for Karis. Massive Fate Seal from Cream, and the True Shot Barrage from downtown. It's just not enough damage. They thought they had it, but top esports lose big in the river.
And Taeyun is farming this game. 4-0-2 on the Kai'Sa. Given all of the gold early on, we need to see this continue through the game and now be that massive late game threat that we know Kai'Sas can be. It was WE who engaged that fight, and it's them who come out on top. But top esports thought they were making a heads-up play, trying to turn it onto Karis, but he's just a little bit too tanky. The Rod of Age is actually doing far too much work. And now, not just do they find those couple of kills on the top side, they also transition it into the first structure of the game going down in their favor, Arthur.
Now, I will say I'm appreciating that Cream and Kanavi are trying to be proactive with some of these turnarounds, and it's the looks that I want to see. Unfortunately, the execution is starting to fall a little flat, and it is starting to look a little similar to what happened against BLG in Game 3, where Cream, despite the Yone being a potential good matchup and a good angle for it to pick up on, falls further and further behind. Top esports, I think this might be the situation where, okay guys, slow down a bit, let the scaling come through, because you don't want to give a too massive advantage for WE, because now it's 3,000 gold, and Cream might get punished here. Killer slows him down, flashes the Pulverize and the headbutt. Kanavi and Chris are here for the re-engage. Vampire might be in trouble, but he's still got the ultimate, so he is ignoring a lot of damage. Monkey on the retreat. Karis could be stunned up by the permafrost, but he gets enough distance to create some safety for himself on the retreat path. Cube and Taeyun have now arrived to the party, and top esports want to re-engage, looking for Karis, looking for Vampire. They've got no way out. Vampire's turned into ground beef, and Karis is going to be next. Jackie Love is going to be able to turn up huge on the Ezreal.
And it seems to be whichever team it is that's going for this play isn't coming out on top, really. WE extending that top side, they get punished for it. Taeyun's just a little too far away to actually make anything proactive happen. It's going to net top esports this Rift Herald, and now 369 thinks that he's spotted a crocodile out of water.
Dominus popped by Cube. Monkey and Taeyun show themselves with the surprise, and Taeyun will commit onto 369. Cream, the Fate Seal is dodged by a great flash by Taeyun, and now Cream might have overextended his welcome, baited in by the rest of his teammates. WE turned the tables on top esports.
Hook, line, and sinker. They caught themselves not just a Gragas, but a Yone and a Rakan as well. WE played the bait game perfectly, and they can now turn back to that top tier 2 turret.
Holy camole, the fight lasted so long. Vampire died, respawned on the Rift, and already had his hands full of Kanavi Sejuani. That's going to burn the flash out of the jungler for top esports. This mid-tier 1 under fire immediately calls upon the TP of 369 to defend it.
And I will say as well, WE here getting a little bit rabbit in the headlights, where they seem to go for a little too much off the back of that play. They could have taken the tier 1 turret or mid, or they could have gone for that tier 2 in that top side. Instead, splitting their resources might yield them both of them in a later play, but currently not extending that advantage. And this is just a really great bait by WE. 369 is like, it's just a Renekton, no big deal. I've got 3 people holding me up, and then all of a sudden, solo isolated Akaki and Rain. Taeyun, look at this flash over the Fate Sealed after he's dodged Q3 from Cream as well. It's a really solid set of sidesteps, and now a Drake fight on the horizon.
And WE are already forcing top esports out of the river. They haven't started up the dragon yet, just waiting to reestablish position before they start up the objective here. Top Esports trying to bait out any cooldowns here. Vampire, the first one right on the Kanavi. Big explosive cast breaks up the fight. Cream following up. They fight Taeyun. No flash to save him this time around. Cream is able to be huge for his squad, but WE are still winning the fight because Karis is still alive. He flashes over Chris Grand entrance to guarantee the kill onto 369, but Jackie Love finds a return kill onto Vampire, but now he's under fire because Karis is unloading a full book of runes into his back. Monkey able to chomp him down to size.
You take down one carry and WE have got another 3 ready to chomp the bit at you and take you out of this fight. 4-4-2 in the long trade skirmish. WE continue to extend their lead. 4K now the advantage. Another Dragon Soul Point at 18 minutes going into their back pockets. And it was Karis and Cube that stepped up. Taeyun got soloed, he got focused, he was the only person Top Esports had eyes for. And yes, the Kai'Sa went down, but the Rise, the Renekton stood tall. Vampire here, fishing, searching, and in fairness, does burn his flash early on. But then it's a re-engage that comes through from WE, and finally that engage that is engaged by WE comes out in their favor. They just see Kanavi and take him down. Remember, this is a no aftershock Sejuani. Yes, it's great that your stats don't get taken down, but you do just get rinsed. And the Sejuani falls pretty quickly. Yes, there's this trade onto the Kai'Sa, which is great, but then there's Karis free firing the whole time. Cube who's getting into the backline. Monkey as well on this Trinity Force, who's actually dealing copious amounts of damage as well. WE with some great team fighting, great focusing as well, find themselves yet another lead.
One of the what? What am I looking at?
It's Monkey Trundle, baby.
Oh my goodness! I'm stun locked. List of things I did not need to see in my lifetime, but have I seen? I've not seen that before. I haven't seen it before.
Our producer Kai did tease it in Champ Select through a little bit on Trundle, and I wondered if anybody picked up on it. A little bit less subtle in this instance, but it's Monkey Trundle. You don't give it to him.
I mean, yeah, the Monkey Trundle definitely understood. I don't know, maybe it was shown on the broadcast before, and I just wasn't, tuning in at the time. My goodness. Okay, yeah, that's true. True. Anyway, WE being able to get 3 dragons for themselves on Soul Point, having a 3,000, 4,000 gold advantage against Top Esports at 20 minutes into the game. Otacon is the next objective on the table. Top Esports trying to find a way if they can brute force their way back into this side of the river.
So what they've got to do is rely very heavily on Jackie Love here. He's the only person in this game that's really at parity with the current pace. He's got 2 items on the Ezreal, Trinity Force plus Muramana. But WE, they're ripping this. They know Karis, Cube, and Monkey are all so far ahead of their counterparts that they should just take any fight. Cream's now called.
Cream is isolated, as you called out. No more Yone. Glacial Prison thrown out, but it's still 4,000 HP, so no chance for Kanavi to burn it down. And
we're heralding in.
Okay, 369 trying to get crazy with the drifting, but Taeyun finds the backline, goes in, Killer Instinct, flashes again away from another knockup, and WE are just triumphing over Top Esports in this second game.
And it's not even close, Rafa. Game number 1 looked exactly like this, where it was Top Esports just running away with it. This time around, it's WE coming into the ascendancy, taking that fight around Atacon and absolutely slaughtering Top Esports. Cream with another really, really shaky performance here in game number 2, where this Yone has not looked like it's threatening at all. Now 2 items on, he's going to need to step up in these future team fights if he wants to have any impact in changing the nature of this game. But honestly, I'm exceptionally impressed by Cube, who had a very quiet game number 1 on the Rumble. Has been a monster on the Renekton this time round.
Yeah.
Cream here doesn't E first, he just rips it. Not in range of Taeyun at all, gets CC chained and taken down. But look at Cube, he's heat seeking for Jackie Love. Knows exactly who it is that he needs to try and find. And even though 369 baits in a little bit, just one piece of CC gives the route and gives the way for Taeyun into the backline. Now, unfortunately, he ulties over a Gleam or an ulting Crisp, so he ults in and is immediately charmed on entrance and does have to flash out to safety. But it's Cube starting up this fight and starting up that engage that gives WE another way to extend their lead.
And we have to remind everyone that the way that WE were able to beat JDG was their solo laners stepping up and being able to outmatch the counterparts that normally on paper, you think Cube versus Ala should be Ala favored. Karis versus Scout, Scout should be favored. That wasn't the case. Both of the solo laners for WE just blasted both of those players in particular. In this second game, Cube is having a stronger presence than 369. Karis is having a greater presence than Cream. And right now, WE are just a few fights away from being able to even top esports on the series score.
As we move into a 15-second timer for the Soul for WE. Looks to all the world as though they'll take game 2, and now Kanavi, he's in trouble. Subjugate's down.
Vampire is stunned up by the Glacial Prison, but he waits patiently, sending 369 into the wall. They turn right back on around to Taeyun, and Cream finally pops in thanks to the Soul Unbound and makes it out alive. But Crisp is now in trouble, and they still have to worry about Karis and Cube, who are just having monster performances on the Renekton and Ryze,
what is the turret?
Jackie Love, that turret does not save you there, unfortunately, and Cream is gets caught out by Vampire, looks for the Q3, won't even get a revenge kill. It's an ace for WE at 24 minutes.
And once again, Taeyun here, the life of an AD carry. He's getting fired on by Crisp, Cream, and 369. All those ultis getting fired at the Kai'Sa. Again, the Kai'Sa falls, but that, unfortunately, at this stage in the game is not your biggest concern. There is a level 15 Renekton and a level 16 Ryze that are running rampant, just tearing you apart limb from limb. And there just aren't the tools in top esports' arsenal to take them down yet. And even as this game gets later, maybe they can rely on Jackie Love to eventually be able to chip through the health bars of WE. But they're going to have to get some mighty big reprieves as this game continues. They are 24 minutes in. They are down by 8,000 gold. They've already lost the Soul before Baron spawns, Rafa.
Yeah. And remember how in the draft phase, Top Esports willingly took Sejuani in the face of Monkey when Trundle was on the board? Well, they are reaping what they sow. It is now a 3,000 gold advantage for Monkey's Trundle against the Sejuani, and every single fight, she has been the target of the Subjugate. And despite all the HP that she has with the Heartsteel, she is getting turned into paper mache. And now Cream might be in trouble here. No flash available. Chris will at least stall out the fight thanks to the quickness on that charm, but he's super low, down to 300 HP. Cream in trouble. At least gets the fate sealed out of there, but Kanavi will not get a chance to stay alive this time around. The pillar, great on the Jackie Love, has the arcane shift. Karis sending it with the Realm Warp. What is an inhibitor turret? They're not going to save you once again. Jackie Love and Chris betrayed by Top Esports over aggression. And WE, are they just going to end the game right here, Rude?
Hell yeah, Rafa. They've got 3 people dead. They've got a wave in their back pocket. They might just find kills as well.
Nexus turrets about to fall in favor of WE. An 11,000 gold lead at 26 minutes. WE strike back. We've got a series on our hands. It's 1-1.
And another game that just doesn't even look close. This time it's WE that take it by storm, and all of a sudden those, slight concerns that you saw from Top Esports in the early stages of the playoffs, they start to come back. You start to question, actually, what is it that is the problem here? Because they should never be losing a game like this to WE. This is a team that was in there, that placed 4th in Split 1 in their group, that was battling out of their Group Nirvana seeding. They got into that 3rd round qualification, had a tight series to make it into Ascend in the first place. The start of Split 1 would have been washed aside and laughed at if we said that they took a game off of Top Esports. If we said that they took a game off of Top Esports in 25 minutes without ever looking back, people would have thought you were crazy.
Just throw up the Twilight Zone graphic again, man, because that's what we're living in right now.
Yeah.
An alternate reality where all of these, conditions are apparent. Obviously, it's just one game. Top Esports took the gambit. They paid for it. There will not be another Monkey Trundle performance, but It's not just the Monkey Trundle. It's not just Taeyun and Vampire stepping up like they have been all regular season. It's now a late bloom, but a necessary one from Karis and Cube stepping up and playing some of the best League of Legends we have seen from them all season long.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that we had that graphic is to show you that the caliber of legacy on Top Esports versus this WE roster, which is a bunch of fresh faces who have already had some semblance of a career that hasn't really boded too well for all of them. 16th place for Cube, his finish in the LPL last year.
I would have missed the toys.
Benched from KDF, who were the last place team in LCK last year for Karis. This is a bunch of misfits, of ragtag players that have come together and are now taking games off of our first stand representatives from the LPL.
Yeah. Reigning or defending LPL champions right now just got blasted by a team of players that were essentially, you know, leftovers, rejects from other teams, you know, coming off of, you know, very disappointing 2024 seasons, right? But the fact that they are now locking it down and giving WE their best placing so far in playoffs since 2021. If WE are able to continue this momentum forward, this will be the first time that WE has placed top 4. I'm gonna double check and do my math here.
My head says 2017, but it might be wrong.
So they got third in 2021 summer playoffs, where they eventually fell to EDG, and then third at the 2021 regional finals, so they didn't even make it to Worlds. But yeah, but if they're able to make a run, I mean, after 2021, the next best placing was 2017, where they did win regional finals. They were overall third, fourth at Worlds in 2017. That was the 957 Condi, Shia, Mystic, and Ben roster.
And it's a big boon for the organization as well that they are taking these games. It's now a question of what more can they take, because you know, we had our little meeting coming into today and thinking about what our story wanted to be. My sort of guise for this was, why are both of these teams here? WE didn't really expect to be in this series because they were probably supposed to have been knocked out by JDG, and Top Esports are our reigning MSI or reigning international representatives.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be in the lower bracket at all, and to see them find themselves both in the lower bracket against one another, and for it to still actually be a close series where there have been games now traded against one another, you do start to think, well, actually, what is it that is going on in the LPL right now? Why is it that Top Esports are struggling so much? Why is it that WE are actually thriving as much as they are? And it's coming off the back of really unique areas. It's not just this Monkey and Taeyun show like you highlighted, that actually Karis is stepping up. Cube has actually had, I mean, this game on the Renekton, an MVP caliber performance for me. Is definitely a contender for it. So I, for one, like, have so many questions really about how this series continues to play out.
Yeah. And just this game one, even if Top Esports closes out the 3-1, I fear we are still concerned about Top Esports' overall consistency level. You know, giving flowers where flowers are due. WE are playing incredible right now and having an insane late bloomer, you know, surgence in this split too. However, for Top Esports, you just think about, you know, the pedigree of these players, all pro winners for this entire roster, regular season MVP. You can't be dropping games like this, even if it is a WE roster that is way better than what they used to be early in the split. If you want to be the #1 seed in the LPL, if you want to have a chance to defend your title and go back to MSI, these games cannot happen, right? And so, you know, if Top Esports are able to clean out this series and, you know, and just, it's only the one win from WE, there's still going to be concerns going forward as they go up against IG, you know, if they have to play up against either AL or BLG on that road back through the lower bracket. Whereas for WE, every time they pull off an accomplishment like this, Rude, I'm just thinking to myself, they are just happy to be here. They are just happy to go the distance like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's genuinely quite terrifying that WE are doing this well. And I mean, maybe they are not expecting this as well, right? Like, they're going to be a group of players that maybe know their own level, know that their competition is something that is quite scary. They will have seen themselves play 6th in the regular season and have lost these games previously. So it's definitely a shake-up for them as well.
Okay. Listen, Monkey had a massive gold advantage over Kanavi. I still think I'm with you that Cube should have had an honorable mention, if not, gotten the player of the game himself, but it is Monkey's Trundle, so makes sense, deserved, and that's gonna conclude second game in the books. We're gonna take a short break, y'all. When we get ready, or when we get back after the break, it's gonna be game 3 on your screen, so make sure y'all are staying tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game numero tres, aka number 3, between Top Esports and Team WE. And this series is already getting hot. I had to remove the layer. You know, we're down to just shirts on the broadcast here because things are spicy, Rude. Things are turning up. We're 1-1. WE didn't just, barely beat Top Esports. They blasted them.
Yeah, they literally slammed them, and it wasn't close, right? It was a dominant performance from WE, reminiscent of game number 1, just vice versa. And again, when you watch that game number 1, you think, okay, Top Esports are going to 3-0, quite easily take them out of this. And now I just don't know what's going to happen because WE looked just as clinical, just as precise as game number 1 did, but for Top Esports. And so far, Mark, we've had 2 games, we've had 2 MVPs, and we've had 2 junglers. The story between these 2 junglers is insane that we've got King Kanavi, our MVP of regular split, versus Monkey, who handled June in the series versus JDG. And now he's actually doing it versus Kanavi as well. This guy who had, debuted last year is now going up and destroying these veteran junglers of the LPL in his, I'll call it, first full split of the LPL.
There you go. I mean, sophomore year on technically for Monkey, but yeah, first full split for himself ever since, debuting on EDG. And you heard it in his words, from earlier on in our pre-show that, this is Monkey feeling himself a lot more, where he feels way more confident. And surprisingly enough, it is on a WE roster that no one expected to get this far, but they have consistently surprised and impressed us at every corner where we expected them to just fall.
Yeah, and what is the limit for this WE roster really becomes the question, because maybe it is still just this. Maybe it is still that they lose 3-1 to Top Esports, 3-2 to Top Esports, and they have a good little run in the sun before they end up falling and maybe bouncing back for split number 3. But I actually hesitate to use the words bounce back, to be honest, because this is still an overperformance from WE. This is still them doing more than we expected from them in taking this game.
Yeah, there's nothing to be ashamed about for WE at how far they've come, I think the fact that they made it to when we got past the placement stage and into group ascent, I was like, you know what? That's a win already for WE, no matter what happens. Then they got into playoffs. That's a bigger win, no matter what happens. They're in top 6. I mean, so they just continue surprising us. We're into the draft phase for game 3. First pick, what is it going to be? Top Esports eyeing that Taliyah, and plenty of combos between the Pantheon and the Xin Zhao still available to combo with this Taliyah.
And I think that the main difference between game 1 and game 2 was Kanavi's champion pool, right? Like, we've seen Neferi where he took over, and then game 2 we saw Sejuani where he got rolled. So there is just a complete difference there in what these 2 junglers have looked to do and how Kanavi has performed in both of those games. With already the Ambessa taken off the board here for Cube. Very dive-centric composition, engaged from the get-go. Pantheon fits better than the Xin Zhao. It does get locked in, so expect to see that pairing nicely lined up. But that does give Kanavi this Xin Zhao here. It gives him a chance to put back to bed some of those qualms that we had with him in game 2.
I'm curious, Rude. Monkey was flashing other jungle options that he has played through this split. Is there a chance that they flex this Pantheon? Are they like
Thank you.
Carry on.
Look, I mean, there just isn't. This is such a Monkey-esque champion, and if Vampire now takes this, then it makes a great clip. But for WE, the expectation is that they're just going to try and go 2v2. And with these 2 jungle pairings, you have one shot on either side. You have got, if I hit my target with a CC chain, my jungler or mid laner is going to come in, they can follow up very easily and find that kill. So whoever gets engaged on first is very likely to go down. Now, we say very likely because there are obviously caveats to all of that. Unraveled Earth, for example, can buy a little bit of time. Pantheon has got that Shield of Aegis to stop any of those engages or damage coming through as well. So definite counterplay tools available for both of these sides. But it's full dive for WE so far. Now, my concern is that both Ezreal and Kai'Sa are off the board. Jhin as well taken away. That's another AD carry that you typically see paired with dive comps because he can still access the backline. WE are going to have to resort to something a little deeper in that champion pool, and you can see top banning away those ADs, knowing that Senna has a great way to pile damage in over the top. And maybe with this Draven ban here, suggesting that we're opting into something that might be a little bit weaker in the early game for WE, but that can still scale up and do that damage as we move later on.
Yeah, and I just really like the pairing of Xin Zhao and Aatrox, because Xin normally preempts the enemy team to pick away from range and pick a bunch of melee so that you can bypass that Crescent Guard power. Well, you don't want to be playing melee into Aatrox once he pops the World Ender, so now you're choosing between one of two options. Do we commit to range? Do we commit to melee? So far, WE have 3 melee champions in their top 3-man core. It's going to come down to what Vampire Taeyun round out this composition with.
I mean, MF's still open here for both of these two AD carries. I know that Jackie Love has definitely tended towards that in past games. We've got 8 AD carries taken out of the pool between bans and the picks, and it's actually going to be the Smolder, so Mom, a little bit of help over the top taken in game number 3, which is pretty early on here for a Smolder take, but like to see that Taeyun is now giving WE a little bit of late game insurance policy as well, because so far, very mid-game focused composition for WE.
Ooh.
I mean, that's a lethal duo if they want to take both of them, to be honest.
Yeah, the Xayah quickly flashed by Jackie Love, still going to contemplate what their support option is going to be first. Braum, just another layer of range or protection from range, being able to throw out that unbreakable shield, so that way, if WE wanted to just opt in for the poke game, you've got got a way to deal with that.
It says that they knew they were going Braum, but they had something different planned for AD carry, that they weren't sure what they wanted to go for, and they just needed to buy a little bit of time. The time has been bought. They decide that they don't want Xayah. They actually want to throw hands. They want to dice, and they want to be able to maybe navigate themselves out of danger as well with this Tristana being locked in. It's a really good pick to try and punish a Smolder early on with the Braum in tow. You jump forward, the Braum can stand beside up to you, and then you just wail on the Smolder, right? Flap, flap, flap does not give you the space to get through those two or get out of that safety. But I would say I did like the Bard, to be honest, to go into that. I actually really like this bot lane matchup for top esports in particular. Braum typically very good into the Leona, and this just means that WE here are looking at rounding out their composition with that bot lane, as opposed to looking for that bot lane 2v2 specifically.
Yeah, and I wonder if the line of thought from WE was, I mean, yeah, this might be better for the lane matchup, but we just need a way to commit without committing, and that's always is available when you have a solar flare. You can fish for it with the ultimate, but I understand where you're coming from.
I don't like it with this WE composition, because if you commit with the solar flare and you're looking for a way of committing without committing, then yes, you can get public execution, but I actually, with Grand Starfall, you need to prep that. That's not something that you just have to send it. Pantheon's not a kind of two in and throw in, maybe we can go, maybe we can't kind of champion. You have to just send it, and you have to be committed to going in. So if the Pantheon goes in and the Leona, misses, it's going to be disastrous. You have to all be on the same page and kind of going regardless. But if they do end up all going, absolutely, right? This WE composition dives exceptionally well. The Tristana can do a little bit of circumventing that by getting out to safety. But top esports certainly will struggle if they get engaged on.
Series 1-1 between top esports and Team WE. Both teams effectively having their own kind of versions of a blowout performance. Obviously, top esports were able to get through any of the early looks that WE had in game 1 pretty unscathed, and Kanavi had, an impressive Nefiri performance, whereas WE blasted them in game 2. Here we are into the Rift for game 3.
I do want to remind people that as we see a quick little getaway by Karis there, we've got a dive composition for WE versus what is a very good anti-dive composition for top esports. Now, if WE succeed and they can make access to that backline, then yes, their comp will go crazy. But Talia Unraveled Earth, the Braum to block damage from Taeyun, and Kanavi as well with that Crescent Guard can actually buy a lot of space if people do dive on top, and could be a pretty big disruption factor for WE. Cube in position early to take a good trade onto 369. Couple quick spells and he's out to safety. But I'm concerned for WE if top esports play these fights as you would expect. The idea of having a disengaged composition ready versus an engaged comp typically favors the disengagers.
Yeah, the way that top esports were able to round out their bottom lane is just so nice, because you have all-in threat onto the Smolder early, and then you just have ways to punt back any of the melee divers from WE. Tristana ultimate, Rom can just break it open with the Glacial Fissure. This is probably one of my favorite drafts that top esports have just been able to navigate throughout this entire split, frankly. And if you're a die-hard top esports fan, you need this win, because after what happened in Game 2, it was just not what you want to see from the side of top esports.
I'm looking at some of those score lines as well. The one that caught my eye was 5-0 for Crisp on this Braum. That so far top esports have had like just really insane Braum angles, and they found yet another one. My expectation is that they probably make it 6-0. To be honest, looking at the baseline for this draft. But if this Smolder can't get off to the races, can't scale up, it is going to struggle. And I think if this game goes later on, that's when WE, they're going to have the pitfalls of their composition, but also the power of that Smolder. Now, Monkey here wisely skips his red buff, spots out Kanavi, but he doesn't have Cryo in either of his solo lanes. This is probably just going to be Kanavi quickly taking this one away.
Oh, cheeky stuff from Kanavi. He doesn't care about finishing camps, he just cares about making sure that Monkey doesn't get to farm them himself. Kanavi willing to throw it as Monkey is forced to use the smite early onto the Krugs. Kanavi will dash in knowing that Monkey's spells are off cooldown. And without a smite, Kanavi should have full control of this red buff since Monkey just used his own for that Krug camp.
Now look who's here as well, right? Crisp has already moved on up, so this is a numbers advantage for top esports if they look to take this. They saw Crisp in mid lane. WE should know that this isn't a fight they can have.
Good dash by Karis, dodging out on what could have been a pretty devastating Talia combo there. Kanavi's able to guarantee red buff, and unfortunately for WE, they had a 2v1 advantage in Jackie Love, and there's not really much that they can do to punish him since you have a Leona, but paired with a Smolder early on. And now, is this going to be a top lane dive 3 versus 1 against Cube? He has flash, the minion wave is dying. They're not going to dive on that wave, but will they stick around and do it again the second time around?
Crisp is unfortunately just a little bit late to that play. I think if he walks in with Kanavi, they can make that attempted dive happen, but with the minions falling, it would have been a little too rushed, and there's no way they can secure that it's Crisp who takes aggro, so they're a little bit hesitant. They don't go for that play. But Monkey here, at least there's an idea from top esports that Monkey will be on this route to hit. They don't really have the response for it just yet. But you're quite right though, Rafa, that for top esports, it's just a really good early game sequence where they know that they've got the stronger pieces, so they're going to move them around the board, around the map here, and to find an advantage with that early push down on the bot side. It's all a massive snowball effect. The fact that Jackie Love and Chris were able to push in a bot wave, find a free recall for Jackie and a good roam time for Chris, means that they can move the Braum up to this top side, find that red buff, deny, and put Monkey behind. This series has been about the junglers in games 1 and 2. And in game 3, setting Monkey behind, it bodes well.
Considering the fact that Monkey got his counter pick of choice into that Sejuani with the signature trundle of all pieces. None of these champs are necessarily as hard carry threats as something like in the Fury we saw from Kanavi game 1, but you're absolutely right that if either of these junglers are able to get the stronger footing in the early game, it has tended more often than not to be a strong indicator of which team is going to have the chance to close out the game successfully.
And again, I want to remind people that for this game in particular, the late game scaling, I think that for WE is reliant exclusively on Taeyun. And as far as carries for WE go, that's probably the best place for you to be relying into the late game of this situation. But yeah, I'm looking at the late game for top esports as well. Tristana has the largest base range. Imagine when we get to level 18, has the largest base range of any AD carry. So with an attack speed steroid in her kit as well, can do very large amounts of damage in a late game situation with all of the extra peel and extra CC that the team can provide for her. Don't count out JackieLove as a late game hyper carry threat just because Taeyun is playing this notorious hyper carry in the small ball.
Yep. Ooh. Upspin up duck does not connect on the chains towards Cream, where Monkey was in position to follow up with AW. Cream will avoid danger there. Meanwhile, Kanavi is burning down the first dragon thanks to the priority of all of his lanes, giving him that setup. Taeyun the Vampire has spotted it out. Monkey is walking on over. The dragon should still go over to Kanavi, but maybe there's a good fight for the side of WE afterwards. Cream sends it. Vampire's gonna be the... No, he's not the first one to fall. It's actually Chris, and WE are able to just pounce on the top esports who have overplayed their hand in the dragon pit.
And it's a 2-for-1 overall. Vampire goes down and Cream goes down. If it was just both supports, wouldn't really be a big deal. But actually, it's a kill for Taeyun, it's a kill for Karis. And yes, JackieLove picks up the kill that Top Esports find. And they find the dragon. So it doesn't feel awful, but it's mid lane that's really going to suffer from this. Cream was already down a little bit of experience, and now he's down even further as he loses out on another wave in that mid lane because he's getting pressured to take this fight around the dragon. Vampire, great target selection, straight onto JackieLove, puts him to half HP before the fight even really begins. And then he baits in Kanavi as well, just by going back and flashing backwards. It costs Kanavi enough of his health so that he can't continue to find DPS in this fight. Ends up leaving Cream here as well, whose flash leaves a lot to be desired as we look at it in hindsight. But for Top Esports, gold onto JackieLove is good. And there's not too much going well across the rest of the map.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cream being put behind as a sign of potential worry for Top Esports. Now, this time around, Kanavi is not... Oh, hang on. Monkey's going to look forward onto a flashless Cream. Seismic Shove will punt away Karis, but Monkey's got Vampire in his back pocket, and they can still pull off the assassination.
It is Vampire that takes it, but the stolen away Glacial Fissure to do disgusting things to Cream is definitely a sight for sore eyes. And now a public execution.
369 forced the flash, pops the World Ender just for the movement speed to get the hell out of there, but WE are going to be able to fully off Top Esports away from the remaining grubs and pick up the other two.
Let's see. Monkey, check Smite. Remember, last time, we struggled. Beautiful. Well executed by WE, and now Taeyun, he takes an auto attack from JackieLove. It's going to take a little bomb explosion as well, but I mean, the Tristana with a BS sword is definitely a scary spike. She's going to get some Utal very early on. Definitely a little bit worried for the pace in this game as Taeyun already stacking up quite nicely. 67 stacks at 9 minutes in is a pretty decent pace for a Smolder, especially one who theoretically should be struggling in this lane.
Yeah. Oh, Monkey, just flash W on this guy. Yep, hold this upscon abduct, little bro. Cream is not having his day in this game 3.
And I mean, what do you do as an immobile mage versus Pantheon with flash versus Silas with 3 dashes? The answer is unfortunately die. You burned your flash in the Drake fight, and WE are capitalizing. Monkey, once again, having a good run of things, and this time coming out on top in this jungle matchup through the first 10 minutes of this game. And this is after Monkey got set behind because his bot lane had to lose early on due to the bot side matchup. This is a great redemption from Monkey in game 3, and again, a categoric reason why this guy needs to be taken extremely seriously moving into our, remainder of playoffs.
Yep, and another step up from Karis, who is receiving a lot of support and a lot of attention from Monkey, which hasn't really necessarily been a pattern that we saw from WE during the regular season when they were first starting to turn up. It was mostly playing through Taeyun and Vampire and Karis and Cube, just trying to do the best to hold their own. Karis is one of the first people on the map to have an item spike. The proto belt early on for something like a Silas can be so deadly. If Top Esports are ever out of position, this Silas is going to blow you up so fast.
And really here, with Essence Reaver coming through for Taeyun as well, this Drake fight in a minute's time, probably going to be very WE favoured as well. Wouldn't expect that to go any other way given the state that we're in. But interestingly, it's actually a weird situation where buying a cult early has actually netted JackieLove a loss overall. He's not at that first item of the Wild Arrows, which he would be at had he not. And looking on this top side, you can see Monkey has got Grand Starfall ready in case 369 got a little bit too over aggressive, but with Kanavi hovering around that top side as well, As junglers with this 30 seconds now on that Drake. A little bit worried, a little bit cognizant that firing ultis, firing shots early on, maybe not quite what we're after.
Just under 12 minutes into the game, 20 seconds before the second dragon spawns. WE in a much better position than they probably should have been, considering how well Top Esports were set up for success. But being able to punish Top Esports at the dragon fight and then continuously leveraging Karis up for success and putting Cream behind now gives them the opportunity to be the first ones to take this dragon for themselves, and rightfully so from the rest of Top Esports, will not even think about contesting.
Double bases from our top laners. They've both got TP, but again, not expecting there to be too much of a contest, as Monkey is just lurking with it on low HP. Vampire finds Kanavi, and this could be the fight that they were looking for.
Karis stealing the Crescent Guard. Vader punted out. They're going to look at Crisp next. Oh, this is a big fight. 369 popping the World Ender, about to go Super Saiyan in this fight. Karis not able to find the mark on the Jackie Love, and now Karis is overextended in No Man's Land.
Lovely!
Execution finds the assassination on Jackie Love. The Soul Laners for WE stepping up once again. It's a double kill for Karis. 369, the World Ender has run out, and his world is about to come crashing down as the rest of Top Esports are once again getting completely owned by WE.
A 2k gold lead, 12.5 minutes in. It's WE that come out on top of this fight. They thought that they'd caught Vampire out, but Aftershock and Eclipse is one hell of a drug offer, and the Leona takes far too long to fall. It baits in Top Esports, and they lose out on yet another early game fight. This is a composition that should be able to absorb those engages, but when they find these weird flank angles, when those teleports put them straight into the waiting arms of WE, whoever a dive composition, it just makes it a little too easy for WE to come out on top. Hopefully we get a replay to take a little look at quite actually how that happened, but for the time being, WE are in the ascendancy.
And if they're able to just use this advantage that they have just to buy time for Taeyun, that's all that Monkey and Karis need to do at this point. And the fact that Cube has been able to join in and find a nice fight and look for himself with the Vampire Karis, once again, it is just the Bully Cream show in Game 3. Karis now 4-0-4 on the Silas.
And this is that play that happened before. So Vampire here, procs Aftershock, procs Eclipse, and actually a really good Crescent Guard keeps Karis out of that backline. But 369 and Chris find themselves between 5 people and pretty much sacrifice their entire HP bar. Cube and Karis with an insane link up here. Cube spins on a dime. Public execution in the face of a Silas who can channel full chains, get the damage onto the Tristana, and Jackie stands absolutely no chance. 369 barely able to limp out to safety, and Taeyun, he gets sad, he flashes over the wall because he's missing out on all the action, doesn't end up contributing all that much. But it's giving WE this continued aggression, this renewed lead, and even more power in this series.
Monkey and Vampire roaming proactively now in this mid-game where Karis has been set up for success. Already halfway to his second item where Cream just finished. His Archangel's Embrace is on brown bags. Unfortunately, is dirt poor compared to Karis, who has nearly a 2,000 gold advantage. WE setting up for this Rift Herald. Top Esports at least have, 4 members here. Trying to find, it looks like 369 has already made his way up towards the top side since he did not have teleport available. So this could just be WE giving over the objective.
What are they going to get on the flip side is that big question then, because they have the tools to try and take this fight if they wanted to, and this could just be that it's a good map move by Top Esports that WE weren't expecting. Maybe they didn't expect 369 to come up to the top side and for them to contest. But I think this is a good defense by Top. The way that this game is going, WE with a Herald might have been able to kind of run away with the game. Cream, how safe do you need to play to not die with no flash is the question. And I mean, WE now, they've seen the Aatrox down on that bot side. They've got the timer to make a play happen in this top side. Looks like Cream's fortunate enough with the wave clear and the damage at this point. He can keep himself up with that tier 1 turret. He doesn't die here for a 5th time.
Will say that it was kind of the less of two necessary evils from the side of Top Esports, because they do move 369 and they guarantee the Rift Herald for themselves, which, you're right, that WE could have done massive damage, but Cube is given essentially a free wave of experience and gold, takes out the turret by himself as well, so it is now a very accelerated Mbessa that Top Esports are going to have to be mindful of. Still overall 3,000 gold advantage for WE, but not completely out of the woods here for Top Esports.
Yeah, and I do think that JackeyLove on this Tristana has got the tools as we go later. Tristana loves playing against these short-range champions that WE have pretty much drafted for themselves, right? This Tristana scales as we get later on into the game, and this is a complete whiff by Monkey as well, so this gives, you know, it gives a reprieve, and it's these small instances of, well, now they've got, is this going to be like 2 minutes where there's no global pressure from Monkey? And that was spotted. It was on a wave that Top Esports could see. So they know that actually the dueling power of this Pantheon might be the same, but his global impact not going to be as high.
Top Esports matching WE in the river. The Dragon was at least leashed, but not committed to. Rift Herald dropped. This is going to give Top Esports an angle where WE are going to have the dedicated members to defending the mid-tier 1. So far, it's just Taeyun left with that burden. And the Dragon is not committed to, as Top Esports going to try to just barrel their way through and blast open the mid lane, opening up the map for them to be able to play through and get better vision and control of these two remaining jungle quadrants. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cube takes out another tower for himself. Mbessa is getting very strong quietly in this game.
Cube has got TP, so if they want to take a fight here, WE, they have the tools to do it.
4,000 HP in front of Monkey's face. Paris over the wall. It's
Stolen.
Monkey that secures the Dragon. Cube just dancing on them into the back line. Mom comes through and blasts them down to size. Kanavi on the run. 369 is able to get the first kill of the fight onto Karis, and Taeyun will drop. 369 comes up huge to save Top Esports' game and brings WE down.
A 4-for-1 for Top Esports. They turn the game right back on its head, flip WE round, and take down 4 of them in the bot side. It's Monkey that takes away the Dragon, but it's Top Esports that take away the game. A great team fight from them, and it was just that 369 Aatrox running rampant. Initial engage onto the Kanavi doesn't quite hit. The Crescent Guard gives him space, keeps him alive, and they're able to get access to Cube, who's gone just a bit too far forward. Look at how unchecked 369 goes this entire fight. He gets triple sweet spots onto Karis, who has been the carry for WE during this game. And then Taeyun just melee tanking the Aatrox, absolutely no chance of him coming out on top of it. And to add insult to injury, JackeyLove was unchecked for the majority of that fight as well. The two-man band between JackeyLove and 369 went mental.
Once again, as we have said before, for Top Esports, even though Cream has been the recipient of a lot of cyberbullying from WE this game, thankfully for them, they have other carries that they can look to step up when necessary.
5K.
369 having, you know, up until this point, a relatively quiet series since he wasn't the star in Game 1, and definitely getting outmatched by Cube in the Gragas Renekton matchup, but just going Super Saiyan on this Aatrox in that fight. We talked about it before during the draft, Rude, like the combo between Xin baits WE in, and then Aatrox just gets to punish all the melee short-range users.
2 items now for JackeyLove. That melee combo that you just highlighted, Mark, looks really good for Top Esports, as it's another whiff on that Grand Starfall. It's another timer where getting into that backline for Monkey becomes even more difficult. Unfortunately, with Atacon available, it means that he's going to be a little weaker moving into whatever kind of skirmish it is that we end up seeing here. 2 items on a Trist as well is really big, because Taeyun can never step anywhere near JackeyLove right now. He just gets gatted down by the crit and by the attack speed that Q provides him. Top Esports looking dangerously around this bot side jungle, and they find Monkey.
Has no flash, so he's got to be careful. Throws out the shield to mitigate damage. 369 popping the World Ender, forcing Cube out of the fight. Vampire is deep into enemy territory, but Karis has found a TP flank. Finds JackeyLove onto the backside. Mom comes through. Karis eliminates Jackie Love. Chris is gonna fall next, and Karis this time is unchecked, so he can rain destruction right on back. Kanavi will find Vampire, but that is the only member that falls with the side of Team WE, and they're right back in control of this game, and will be able to claim Otacon as their prize.
And like a metronome mark, it swings back in WE's favor. A massive team fight in bot side gives WE the Otacon in this game number 3. An attack onto the backline of WE, which is not successful, which Top Esports flub on, and they step too far forward. It pays with Jackie Love's life, with Cream once again. But this replay, look at the TP angle that Karis finds. He gets to be so far behind. He gets such free access to this Top Esports backline. And Jackie Love wastes his hop. Goes on to an Ambassador who doesn't have a reset here, has no way out to safety. Stolen Brawl to public execution. And he's dead before Karis even gets his fingers on him. Yes, it's a double kill for the WE mid laner, but it's a setup once again by Cube. A public execution which catches a Tristana out and finds her hook, line, and sinker.
And I think we get to see in both of those fights where Top Esports were victorious the first time around and then WE were victorious the second time around, it really does come down to who is engaging second. Because when WE piled into Top Esports, they received the engage and they punish thanks to 369 on the World Ender. But when Top Esports get a little too over-aggressive, they pop all their spells a little early, and WE have the perfect counter afterwards. And so now, I think it's just making both teams a little bit wary. Hey guys, do we really want to engage first, or do we?
Oh, yes they do! Top are going, they find a flash out of Vampire. But I think that the thing that I want to point out is that for Top Esports, their entire composition is built around sitting and absorbing an engage. They've got Unraveled Earth, they've got Braum, but they've just flashed twice aggressively. Which, you know, may end up paying off for them in the long run, but their comp does very well if they let WE come into them.
Yep.
It becomes more difficult if they try and step forward.
And now they're down flashes, at least on Crisp and Kanavi. Thankfully, Crisp took Unsealed Spellbook this game, so he's got a smite, so they have, you know, 2 ways to secure an objective away from WE. Cube getting jumped on by 369, but he's mobile on the Ambessa, able to get away from the Infernal Chains. Vampire stepping up forward, looking for Jackie Love, but the Soul Effect completely whiffs. Little over-aggressive there. Karis trying to send it, but now Top Esports get to absorb the engage just like they want.
Hold on.
Already past the execution range. Can he turn up in this fight, though? He needs distance. He needs space block for him, but everyone is just blitzing past the front line, and 369 puts this baby dragon down into the dirt. Top Esports ace WE, and will pick up the dragon.
They neutralize those dragons, then they neutralize the Smolder as well, who's just ticked over to having that execute threshold. That now ticking time bomb has elapsed. Can Taeyun step into the future fights and be the carry? This time round, the answer was no, and for the first time, Cream actually absorbs the fight and absorbs the engage from WE. It was a little bit desynced, and that's the problem with this sort of non-committal style that Leona is playing, where if you are not on the exact same page as WE, you end up with fights like this, where Vampire is so far from anybody on his team that he's dead just as the Pantheon lands. And then the rest of the team try to follow up, but the Pantheon's already dead. If those things happened at the same time and the team are there to count the DPS in, this fight goes completely differently. But WE are just a little desynced, they're a little bit mismatched, and unfortunately it costs them big time.
The fact that WE lost 2 members pretty much for free and still made the fight close just goes to show that Top Esports are not out of the woods yet. Yeah, they're thankful that WE completely botched the beginning, but they still have to execute way better than WE going forward. The gold lead, not really that big of an advantage for the side of Top Esports, since it is just barely below 2,000. 2 dragons apiece for both squads. Baron has spawned at this point. We are approaching late game, Rude.
I mean, we're at the point, I want to talk about that gold lead a little bit. It might not on paper at the top look like it's particularly impactful, but there are distinct advantages across each lane, right? Mid lane is Karis Kingdom. which is balanced out by the bot lane where Jaculov has got this really good advantage. Now 3 items with the Flicker Blades. He's going to be running rampant with that Q attack speed steroid, having 100% uptime. And then you take a look, the sort of X factor here in this game is that top lane. It's 369, who's had a massive performance on the Aatrox when these engages have been going into him. I actually think both of our top laners here have been playing pretty darn well. Between Cube and Karis linking up to take down Jaculov around the Drake early on, and between Aatrox having a massive performance as well around another dragon fight. This is one of those games where each individual top laner is having standout showcase performances, and it's whichever one of those comes out on top, which seems to be deciding how these plays are going.
And not to mention 369 still deathless on this Aatrox. The only person... Okay, I say that. I forgot about Jackie Love also having 3 items. But still, one of the few people that has 3 items at this point in the game. So fed on the Aatrox, so massive. Top Esports starting up the Baron. Gonna try to bait WE in, if not just take it for free since Monkey is far away. 4,000 HP. Monkey, can he flash Q in? No, it is secured because Crisp had the smite thanks to the unsealed spellbook. It's just a free Baron.
And it's Top Esports being able to just maneuver around the map that just comes out on top. Now Cream fancies a little bit of the cube here.
Chris throws out the Glacial Fissure, Vampires into the backline, Mom comes through again, Monkey is going to get exhausted, Jaculov finds the first reset, and they are dissuading Cube and Karis with ease. Taeyun is trying to burn him down thanks to the execute of the Smolder passive, finds Chris, but Jaculov still reigns supreme alongside 369. Another race for Top Esports at 27 minutes.
Yeah, Taeyun had a good angle, but 369 had a better one. He's full HP on the Aatrox, 3 items, and continues to run rampant around WE's backline. They've got the Baron at their backs, Rafa. 369 has got enough HP to tank up these turrets. The inhibitor's going to fall, but can they get any more?
Might have been an angle for Cream to teleport back in, but because Vampire's back up and death timers are not long enough, Top Esports will just take the inhibitor for themselves here and wipe out the remaining jungle camps on the top side of the map. There's a dragon spawning in the next minute. The game is not over for WE, but it is now quite far out of their reach in terms of control.
I mean, Taeyun is falling further and further behind, and unfortunately, he's not hit that critical capacity yet. He's got 2 good items, but looking at Jaculov, he's going to come back out onto this map with 3.5. The initial chunking onto Cube here looks pretty good, but as soon as the re-engage comes through from Mom and from WE, they unfortunately just fall asunder. And once again, look at Taeyun trying to kill 369 on this top side. He's just got no damage to handle Death Dance Eclipse and a 3-level disadvantage. The Aatrox is just too darn scary, and without proper peel, without proper setup, this Aatrox may just never die.
I mean, poor Taeyun has had an Executioner's calling for quite some time. And it just doesn't matter. They don't have enough HP burn. They don't have enough overall effective damage to cut through 369's effective HP pool with all the sustain that he has and the shield from the Sterix Gauge. This is so tough for WE and for Top Esports. You know, so grateful for them to at least have such a massive performance from 369. You know, someone that we have on the LPL English broadcast have sung our praises about 369, who has, you know, relatively not received that much praise, it seems like, you know, in terms of MVPs and POGs throughout the season. We still kind of salty that 369 didn't get finals MVP back in Split 1 where Top Esports got their title back, right? You know, but 369 still many a time an unsung hero, definitely not going to be unsung this time around.
6-0-6-4 items now alongside Jaculov, who is also having a tremendous game on this Tristana. I love this Tristana answer to the Smolder because you can actually outrange the Smolder as you move later on, and I mean, with a full item advantage, obviously it's going to look pretty decent, but now a TP flank coming deep in from Karis.
Solar Flare lands on the Kanavi. They're going to try to burst him out quickly. Crescent Guard will block any damage from Taeyun. Karis and Cube rejoin the fray as well, but Vampire's the first one to fall. 369 popping the roll. Ender's going to zone Taeyun away from the fight. He's forced to flash away, and there's just not enough that Karis and Cube can do, despite all the fancy shenanigans that they were able to pull off, and 369 just blew up that baby dragon like he was made out of pulse also would. WE get aced once again. A quadra kill for Kanavi, and Top Esports are bringing us the match point.
A great fight from 369, and he just absolutely destroyed Taeyun with one fell swoop, takes half the Smolder's HP, and sends Top Esports to match point.
Nothing that Vampire can do as he walks back from the fountain. Top Esports 2-1, one game away from facing against IG in the next stage of the lower bracket.
A massive performance from 369 here to put Top back ahead. And in probably our closest game of the series, Mark, let's be honest, this wasn't a wash one way or the other. WE had their chances in this game. 4 kills on Karis to start off with, looked incredible moving through that early game. Cream was put thoroughly in the dirt. It was the bully Cream show. But they weren't able to fully execute on that. They couldn't make it work. And, credit to 369, credit to Jackie Love for both stepping up and being big carries in these team fights.
The plan was working for a while for WE in that early game, until suddenly that one dragon fight where they just went way too deep into the waiting arms of 369, and we had talked about, they're giving a lot of gold over to Cubes and Bessa. 369 is giving up a lot of his own individual tempo and his own individual advantage. Is that gonna bite them in the ass? Nope. Not at
Absolutely
all, baby.
Not.
Absolutely
Not when an Aatrox just finds a triple kill in a team fight. All of a sudden, those couple of plates, that one turret top lane that I sacrificed, it just means nothing, and he gets so much gold off of one really good team fight. And I think that's the hidden X factor about Top Esports that maybe goes a little bit under-recognized or has gone a little bit underappreciated, from myself at least throughout this series, is that during team fights, these guys are incredibly adept with their hands, right? Like, just by and large, you know that you're going to get good mechanics 90% of the time when these guys are playing their champs. And 369 for Aatrox was a quintessential pick in this game and looked incredibly strong and was always hitting, again, those priority targets.
And I think one elephant in the room that we may have kind of brushed lightly over, that was not a great game from Vampire, and it kind of sad, because the first 2 games of the series, even in the loss, I thought Vampire was playing a relatively strong series despite the 1-1 series score. I don't know what was happening. I mean, like, obviously you are Leona, you have the send it for the squad, but there's times when I felt like we're just going way too fast, and it takes some time. The fact that Top Esports were forcing some of those fights, just wait for cooldowns to run out, and then you can find a proper re-engage. And then Vampire's just like, nope, solar flare, I'm going to, I'm dead, guys. All right, well, good luck.
Yeah, sometimes that's why I saw the Leona and I was a little bit skeptical. And my skepticism has paid dividends in this instance, as we get to take a little bit of a look at that post-game graphic. You can see that WE had their time in the sun, right? 3k gold lead at 17-18 minutes in. But unfortunately, despite the early damage that they tried to put down onto Cream, Karis not particularly able to do too much more work in those late game team fights than the Talia was. And again, it's another instance, Taeyun 35% of his team's damage share in this game, and he's doing what he can to try and carry his team over the line, but unfortunately in this instance was not enough.
Doesn't matter if you can blow up the Talia, the Xin, even the Tristana. No one was killing that Aatrox. And when we roll through the highlights, I love that you mentioned that this wasn't a blowout game by either squad. There were moments where both teams had really strong windows of advantage and momentum. The way that Monkey was put behind early, Top Esports had, a greater bot lane setup. Then they turn it around off of the over-aggression and the early objective setups. But then, this was the big turning point where 369 just gets every single sweet spot right onto the targets he needs to hit.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie Love as well is free-firing this entire time. Like, he feels so confident that he's, like, jumping on top of melee-ranged characters to try and get that damage. And the reason that he's lost so much HP to begin with is because he's kind of thrown himself into those melees. You do get to see that, you know, this wasn't just a blowout affair, as you'd highlighted, that WE actually are giving us a pretty decent showing of things. And, you know, unfortunately for them in this game, it didn't amount to a win. They were outclassed in that top lane, and I think that it's a matchup that's gone relatively under the radar, at least in our minds. But for this game specifically, this was a 369 versus Cube performance, and in the instance that 369 came out on top, he was the one that took the game for his team. I'm waiting for that final fight and just seeing how much damage that one auto attack from 369 did to Taeyun. I need that final fight.
I'm waiting for it too. Like, here's a moment where top esports are throwing this engage, and I'm like, okay, just back up. Oh, okay. We're going to force the fight right here. All right, well.
Yeah, I mean, the safety of that tier 1 actually did a lot of work for them, and 369, you can just see. Full HP still, has been in the front line the whole time, does not care. And this is the final fight that we saw from WE. I mean, the important part of this is that once again they are just a little bit scattered. Look how long it takes for Karis to actually contribute anything in this team fight. Hops over a wall one way. Jackie Love's already guided down 2 people. He's hopped onto Taeyun, has to flash out to safety. And 369 is just a heat-seeking missile. Taeyun has 1,000 HP, flashes for 700, and then a final 500. Like, what do you do with Smolder? The Aatrox also attacking me, out DPSs me.
80 carries in 2025, I fear. It's a tough world to be in. I can't even give you guys
there's no code.
That. There's no it's tough. It's tough being a squishy glass cannon in 2025 for sure. And I pray, I hope that 369 gets his pog that he rightfully deserves, because there have been so many times in 2025 across both splits that 369 was the clear player of the game and someone else is getting it. Come on. Good job.
Okay.
All right. We did our due diligence, Rude. Wrap this one up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to send it to a break. When we come back, it is game 4, match point for top esports. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game number 4 between Top Esports and Team WE. But before we do that, have you heard of MOBA Trainer? The new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle from this map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. This time around, we're going to do some skill shot training. And if you were here the last time me and Rude were paired up, it was disastrous when I was the one in control. So we're letting Rude be the one doing the mouse clicking so that we don't die early on.
So what we have to remember here is that Rude is playing from the UK and our producer is in Canada. Mark, you're supposed to press spells.
You got this, Rude.
Yeah.
Hey,
skill shot.
I'm sick. I'm sick. My bad.
That's
wait. Wait. My Q's not firing. Oh, because it's on cooldown. Nice. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, okay. Sorry, that's my bad.
Oh.
Boom.
Yeah, so I have 180 ping with the movement. And with the spells and whatnot. Plus, we then have to factor in Mr. Roffer as well. I mean,
I don't know if that was a good flash or not.
We're kind of saucing them.
Okay.
Oh, that guy spawned on my face. What am I supposed to do, you know?
No. Honestly, it's totally fine. My bad.
I'll take top 100. We're going to go again. We're going to do one more. We've got a little bit of time before we get into the draft. And now, hopefully, we'll see some skill shots actually thrown, you know?
Oh.
I suck.
It's okay.
It's fine. We're 2-0 so far. Oh.
Oh, that was early. When is he going to spawn? What is happening?
Oh. You know, low-key, I needed to get hit by that Nautilus. The fact that I can't unlock the cam as well is really throwing me.
Oh, yeah. XD.
I do not have control to press the keyboard. Oh, beautiful.
Okay. My bad.
Oh, this is a little bit clunky now.
Whoa!
Press Y again!
I'm gonna save it.
It's so much worse!
I saved it.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh. Early. My bad.
Okay, I didn't walk into it. I'm good.
What is it? Oh, it's extra life. That's pretty good.
Huh.
Got you. We're gonna... Oh my god, she flashed on us.
Okay.
Oh, great
L-Utes.
heavens. Ew. What is that?
It's movement speed.
Ka-chow.
The greatest juke is to not juke at all. Oh, my life went away.
Extra life. Wow, we're smart. Oh my god, I didn't think that would hit.
Sometimes you gotta bait them in, you know?
Yeah, true.
Oh, okay.
I got you.
These lives, I mean...
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's extra HP. Well, I don't know what the boot
move
is.
Speed? This is move speed. This is like mini ghost. Okay.
Ah!
Okay.
Good movement. Okay. Boom.
The schmoves. Yo, low-key, I'm sourcing them right now. Oh.
You were totally fine, but I just wanted to get out of the curtain call.
Perfect. Yo,
our cooldowns are very short, so I'm just being more proactive with them.
Hello, Blitzcrank.
Goodbye, Blitzcrank.
Oh, no. Okay. We have 2 hearts left. Give me this. Oh, dear. Goodbye.
You got the Nas.
Oh,
no. Run! Holy shnikes.
Hit this guy. Oh. Uke? There's a Syndra somewhere.
Or kill.
Okay, we're in draft, so I'm just going to tank that. How did I do? 67. I'll take that. Well done, me.
Yeah.
That might be a new PB for the LPL broadcast. But you guys can enjoy LPL using our code LPL20 as well to try out this MOBA trainer.
Yep. Back to the draft.
Kai, I'm going to let you know we cannot see the draft right now. I'm so sorry.
We're still on the screen. Bam! There we go. Okay, Nautilus and Jace slammed on the board. No Wukong, no Vi, no Gwen, Akali, Nico, and York either.
Okay, so Gwen off the board. Okay, that was what I was looking for. Senna gets taken early doors here by Jackie Love. So I am absolutely loving Senna right now. This is my go-to pick for the solo queue games that I'm playing, and it's been working out well for me. So I'm excited to see what Jackie Love can do with this. You just don't get punished really, and you scale absolutely incredibly. So we'll see whether or not this early game powerhouse of Nautilus plus Corki ends up paying dividends for them, because they can punish the Senna at this time, or early on at least, whilst she is quite weak. Jace, though, coming in for Top Esports does give us a pretty decent showing that we're probably going to see 369 in a more carry role again.
And I love this Tom Kinch slam for Chris, because you can now get out of a death charge from Nautilus. You can try and avoid a Call of the Forge God and bail out either Jackie Love or Cream in these fights. And 369, the fact that he has been given the carry reins again after an immaculate Aatrox performance in Game 3, I would trust him with my life at this point. And Top Esports trying to eliminate some jungle carry options away from Monkey now that we're in the 4th game of this series.
Yeah, and I mean, so far we've seen 2 different games, or 2 different styles of game, really. It's been when Kanavi is on carries, when Kanavi isn't on carries, and the causation may be a little bit different, but he's won both the games on carries, then he lost the one on Sejuani. Yep. We've got, so far for Top Esports, a very poke-oriented composition. It's worth saying they've got a lot of range between the Senna and the Jace here, and they've got a Tom Kent to absorb that Nautilus ulti, or somebody that's getting isolated by an Ornn ult as well. I would like to see Top Esports actually continue with this. Let's continue playing at range, maybe even getting like something like a Zyra or some AP threat from the jungle getting locked in here. Alternatively, you can just look toward going for a artillery mage, maybe an Orianna or something. I mean, this Lilia is perfect. This is a long-range poke champion with Swirl Seed. This is exactly the type of thing that Kanavi can utilize and still frees up for Cream to play something that can be AD and fit within that wheelhouse.
And if they ever dive too deep, then it's just a lot easier to set up a multi-man sleep with that Lilting Lullaby. Now, WE, they have to either commit to the full dive composition or try and pivot around to some extra range. But hovering already the likes of something like the Jarvan and comboing with the Orianna just means WE, they're full sending it. This is their opportunity to take control of the series back into their own hands and bring us to Game 5.
Yeah, it's a little bit old school here with the Jarvan Orianna, but I mean, if it's worked in the past, it may well be able to work in the future. We'll see what it is for Top Esports that they can save in the mid lane, because they want something with mobility. I think that the only option that they have probably is this Aurora. You could go Akali if you wanted to be really safe and really, you know, have that mobility. But I think that this gives them the same style of composition that they're after, where Akali kind of pivots them and would leave Cream to be the solo diver of this composition. Whereas now they have tools to go into the backline if they want to, but they've also got really good disengage as well. So I'm a fan of this for Top Esports. Their ability to sit back, relax, and try to play poke between Senna, Lilia, and Jace is actually really, really strong, which puts the burden on WE. Can they engage? Can they find these fights? Because if not, they're going to get poked out before those objectives are even started up.
And the way that the fights played out for Top Esports when they were the ones absorbing the engage looked so much better when they were the ones trying to force the hand of the opposition against WE. WE are not backing down, though. We've already highlighted the fact that this is pretty much a full send composition. Every one of these champions will benefit from going forward, and pretty much 3 of these champions definitely want to do so. There is no backpedaling when you're playing something like a Jarvan or an Ornn or a Nautilus. All of your tools want you to dive deep into the backline. This is it, Rude. For WE's chances, they have to start the climb back up to get us to Game 5, whereas Top Esports, they're at match point. This could be what sends Top Esports into the match against IG and secures themselves at least a top 4 finish in the Split 2 of playoffs.
We'll see if we get loaded up as we get loaded up onto the Rift, whether or not Top Esports can push on, can start that lower bracket run reminiscent of what they did in split number 1 when they rode that lower bracket all the way through to the finals, finally took down their split 1 nemesis in Anyone's Legend, or whether it's WE that are going to push us to that 5th and final game, the team that nobody expected anything from. Can they take us to Game 5?
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Gio's still ringing just as strong as they did when we opened up the series nearly 3 hours ago. I'm still impressed that we had so many fans show up for WE in this series, but it just goes to show that the faith in them has slowly built up over the course of these past couple of months, and for good reason. The fact that WE have made it this far has been remarkable, and even if they were to drop the series now, they have still overperformed everyone's expectations and should not be ashamed going into Split 3.
Not at all for WE. And I do want to talk about, once again, this jungle matchup, because we've talked about it that this entire series long about how important it's proven to be. Game 1 and 2, they were your MVPs, where it was a trade of Monkey taking one and taking another. But I think in this context, where you are now down at match point and where Monkey is put on a facilitatory jungle, this Jarvan is a ganker by trade, by virtue, by every metric. Level 2, he's already invading, and we need to see something from Monkey to show that he can be the one to dice with the best.
Level 2? EQ. Oh no! Monkey! I know the vision. I know what you were looking for. You got to start flipping the game. Wait, Karis just flash? Okay, no. Yeah. I mean, Cream still had his own flash. It would be a trade of flashes, and Karis might have exposed himself. And Monkey is not going to let up the aggression, even though flubbing the EQ flash, but Kanavi still has a smite. Gotta be careful. He's committing the smite over to Monkey. Oh, man. Monkey is just trying to do everything this game, and he's not getting any of his movements flipping out accordingly. And now Kanavi has a chance to punish Karis. Is going to push him off the wave, giving some relief over to Cream.
And I actually think Kanavi has a chance to punish Monkey right now. I mean, no flash on the Jarvan is a pretty big win, but also you could maybe try and invade, try and steal away some of those camps. I mean, looking at the prio in the mid lane and looking at prio in bot lane, it's not looking too likely, and maybe for Kanavi something that is keeping him a little bit apprehensive about moving into that bot side jungle. But it's a pretty sour start here for WE. For Monkey in particular, you mentioned it, right? These types of games where the pressure's maybe getting to him just a little bit, where he feels compelled to go for these types of plays. Now we're just going to stop a recall here. Is Karis here? Hello?
Well, Karis thankfully dodges out on the swirling seed. Vampire and Taeyun getting aggressive into Jackalo's face, pops the barrier just to save and preserve some HP in this lane, but Senna and Tom Ken, such a disgustingly, deceptively strong sustain lane to deal with, and Kanavi taking advantage of being able to move over into this top side, using the priority of 369 to try and steal some camps away from Monkey.
Kanavi was spotted, and Monkey's able to defend his Gromp. Well, this isn't really Kanavi losing out on anything here. He's got so much movement speed that he can kind of dance back, recomplete the clear of the top side as a little flash up from the bottom here. Chris reaching his 800th game of the LPL. Congratulations. Looks like debuting in 2017, so reaching his, eighth and a half year in the LPL. 800 games, nice little tally for him.
We definitely saw a little bit of a glow from Crisp in Split 1. One of the main reasons why Top Esports was able to make that lower bracket run, just Crisp being able to remind the world why he was a world champion to begin with. And while not necessarily been the cleanest series overall, his Braum was definitely super strong, as Crisp taking a lot of fire, the early ignite from Vampire trying to burn him down, but it's just only the cost of his heal, not the flashes. Cream still trying to hold his own against Karis, as both of these mid laners getting very aggressive, as now Monkey wants to pressure JackeyLove off the turret.
Yeah, and I mean, they did take a large HP bar from Crisp, who's been forced to recall, and now there's a world where if they get this wave in time, that they could have looked for a dive. Unfortunately, they're a little bit slow, and Crisp is going to be there, Kanavi's going to be there. It's just going to result in a Gromp being taken away by Monkey, so this continual aggression into the Lilia's jungle. But you can see Kanavi already level 5, already actually sniffing around. I think he wants to either start this dragon, or if I'm Kanavi here, just try and take some raptors away.
Yep, you see the pings coming down.
Yeah.
I mean, Kanavi knows that Monkey's flash is still down, so they could look for an easy collapse. Chris doesn't land the Abyssal Dive as Monkey finds a way to EQ back to safety over the Krugs wall, but he is now way too low to contest those Raptors by himself. Kanavi going to force the issue here. Vampire flash over the wall with the dredge line. Kanavi now forced to flash. Karis is going to get the first Roman down. Shockwave from Karis scoops him back up, and it's first blood going over to Taeyoon's Corki, and Chris will fall as well. Karis getting a little bit of gold for himself.
Yeah, you saw the pings from Kanavi saying that he wanted to go for it. WE read it like a book. They send their bot lane in. Karis has had the run of this mid lane, despite the woes of that early gank from Kanavi, or from Monkey. It did give an advantage over to Karis. It gave him this level 6 early, and now JackeyLove's in trouble bot side.
JackeyLove forced a flash. Has barrier coming back up in just a couple of seconds. Doesn't need to use it. But already WE, despite some of the nervous looks from Monkey trying to force some unconventional timers, which I still respect, by the way, and unfortunate the execution didn't work out for him. The rest of WE stepping up to make sure that Monkey isn't falling behind for no reason whatsoever.
And I mean, after that play at level 2, you would expect him to be really far behind. Chris now in trouble again, going to be able to pop the grey health and keep himself alive, and Kanavi forced to come off of the dragon, so it's going to reset and waste a little bit more time off this Lillian.
JackeyLove is just going to roam on over just to help Kanavi not waste too much time on this objective. He will be forced to give up the push on this wave. Yeah.
And he's not even going to get the souls from the dragon either, so only loses out on 1 creep of XP. But what you look for center is being around jungle camps when they die, or neutral objectives when they die. Neutral objectives give 2 souls, the camps give 1 soul guaranteed, and then depending on where you are, depends on how many they give out.
All right, Monkey. Let's see it this time. Okay, he's not in range to...
He can flash Cataclysm, but he does just trade flashes, which I think is the concern.
Yeah.
And on an Aurora as well, who's got E plus ulti and so many escape tools herself, that just isn't deemed worth it by Monkey. As we haven't really seen too much of that top side, but it has been a very 3-6-9-sided affair. He went back to base, picked up a Cull, picked up a Tier, and has still picked up 2 plates up against this Ornn, a 20 CS lead and a 700 gold advantage. Currently the only area of the map that top esports have to boast about.
And there was a reason why I said that I would trust 369 to play the Jace matchup, and WE just answering with a tank to make sure that they'll have some primary engage regardless of how the rest of the draft played out. Well, thankfully, Rude, they've got many ways to engage. So, you know, the engage is plenty in supply, and I don't think... Yeah, top esports nowhere near the grubs. It's going to be all 3 going over to the hands of WE, and the best that Kanavi can do is just try and continue getting camps for himself.
I think he will be able to take the majority of this bot side jungle, in fairness. The red buff's up, the Krugs are up as well, so this could be a pretty big boost for Kanavi in terms of that experience, and you know, the CS is now neutralized, might just eat into the advantage for Kanavi. But Monkey already turning tail, heading towards this bot side. Doesn't really have too much to find down there, though. Pops a flag over the wall, sees that his Raptors are gone, and infers that the rest of his bot side will be gone as well.
Looks like Monkey will at least be able to find his Krug, since Kanavi does not have enough time to go for all 3 camps. Lilting Lullaby right onto the Ornn, and nice use of the Bellows Breath to cancel out the sleep, flashing over now, repositioning. Oh, it's a big whiff, field goal in the middle, but Kanavi still might be in trouble, but just not enough damage from Monkey and Cube, as Cream is able to step up huge and provide the Between the Worlds for the turnaround.
I mean, JackeyLove's ulti does so much there. It's like a 800 HP value from his Dawning Shadow. Gives 200 HP shield to both Cream and Kanavi. Takes the damage off of Monkey and Cube as well. It's a massive cross-map play that top esports come out on top of. They're able to, yes, take down 369 in this top lane, and it looks like 3 plates that they find in the long run. So this is gold going into Taeyoon, but it's at the cost here of more gold going on to Cream.
Now, Cream is been leveraged after back-to-back games and games 2 and 3. Even though there, you know, was only one of them being a loss, Cream was, you know, the recipient of a lot of cyberbullying from WE, and not the best look, as we have had our concerns about Cream, but this is one of the few champions that, especially in Split 1, when we talk about that lower bracket run where he was able to make quite a few pop-off performances in, especially in this, the lower finals against JDG. Cream now has an opportunity to kind of right away and dispel some of the concerns and the woes that has happened earlier in this series and still try to prop himself up as one of our strongest mid laners in the league.
Oh, okay, hold on. 369 forced to flash away as Monkey shows his face topside. Regrettable to the skies for sure. But it's worth saying that in this game as well, Cream has also been the recipient of some cyberbullying. He got literally Jarvan flash ganks level 2. And hasn't actually succumbed to that pressure. Yes, he's down 20 CS and down 200 gold still. But Cream in game number 1 was, 1-4 at this point. Whereas, you look at him at this position now, he's 2-0. He held his own in that Orianna matchup, was graceful in his defeat, and now may even be rewarded with an extra plating.
Hell yeah, Cream. And just getting any extra bit of gold that you can snag for yourself here. Gold lead has not been blown open by any means by WE. They are technically ahead, but it's only a few hundred here. Next dragon objective spawning in 40 seconds. And first item spikes have already started coming online for a majority of members here.
Yeah, I mean, this is importantly as well, if we remember back to game number 3, a similar position that WE found themselves in, where Taeyun has a lot of the gold, but it's the top side for top esports that are kind of running away with things. And it's that question of, can Taeyun deal with 369? And we're going to have to wait and see how these team fights play out. We've got 10 seconds on a dragon. With Monkey recalling at this time, it looks like WE aren't particularly incentivized to try and take a fight around it, but that being said, top esports as well, not particularly quick to the punch. They did find that first dragon, but they're timing out onto Summoner's Rift, not quite as quick as they might have needed to in order to sneak this under the noses of WE.
Cube doesn't have teleport because he's got an unsealed spellbook, currently rocking a heal summoner spell, whereas 369's teleport is still yet to be off cooldown, so neither top laner will be joining the dragon fight anytime soon. WE are the first ones into the river. Kanavi getting some vision with that swirling seed. So let's WE step up, maintain control of this banana brush. Chris gets a quick tongue lash in, licks up Monkey. And Karis now stepping up. Vampire going forward, forcing Kanavi out, and Chris doesn't get to do anything. Great snag into the shockwave right on the Jackie Love, tries to flash away, but the Cataclysm locks him down. Kanavi, can he turn around this fight alongside Cream? 369 has joined the fray as well. Monkey's still alive. Does he have enough for another EQ? No, not quite, but Taeyun has enough damage in the tank to take out 369. Now Cube is also here. Cream forced out of the fight, but I don't think any team is going to get the dragon anytime soon.
That was incredible from Vampire. I mean, we very rarely are able to talk about Nautilus mechanics and how they are actually, there is some nuance to them, but that was exquisite. The fact that that's a 3 for 3 really just goes to show you quite how strong the top side for top esports actually are. This is a great engage from the WE support. Channels his ulti onto Kanavi and flashes to reposition it on top of Jackie Love. And as well, the knock up on Tom Kench. So Crisp can't do anything. Then finds a hook, links up with the shockwave. He does get taken down. Fortunately, Cream and Kanavi actually do a lot of work in this fight as well. The fact that we are a little bit late to the player's cube actually costs WE quite dearly. The fact that they didn't really have an Ornn for any of this fight is their detriment. That was, to all intents and purposes, a 4v5 that WE came out evenly in.
You know what? After the performance of the Leona in Game 3, I love that Vampire's able to step right back up to the plate and answer with probably one of his greatest plays I've ever seen, at least this season alone. And this is coming from the guy that gave Vampire a really hard time. I was a notorious Vampire hater for a while, but that was impressive.
Maybe face-checking, maybe one person that he ought not to here is he does manage to sneak a ward down, able to back out to safety, just giving Karis a little bit of time in that top side and a little bit more safety as well with an extra bit of vision being laid down. Now, dragons are 1 apiece at this stage, meaning we're going to see a later soul than we might have anticipated, but our next neutral objective at the forefront of these teams' minds is going to be that Rift Herald, and WE are the ones that start it up. Teleport available for Cube, not available for 369. Could see top esports just give this, and could see WE look to try and leverage that TP.
That should be feats of warfare completely picked up here for WE since they got the first 3 kills for themselves in the first 3 objectives. Another dredge line from Vampire right onto Chris. Kanavi separated from the rest of the team as he's locked down in this Cataclysm. EQ gets the knockup. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Good stasis by Kanavi, buys some time, but he's super low, and the shockwave clips him. Taeyun picks up an easy double kill, and Monkey rides the Rift Herald right into the mid lane, blasting open this game.
This series has been about the junglers. Game 3 we had a deterioration and it was our bot laners that were the highlight. But this time round, we're right back in there. Monkey on the Jarvan this time with a massive team fight. We'll have a look at it again because it might go a little bit under the radar. It's a great engage by Vampire. Taeyun as well has a wonderful follow-up. 5-0 and 4 on this Corki. And now they're able to take a charge into the tier 2 mid lane. They take 2 tier 1 turrets across the map. And all they have to sacrifice is a little bit of gold onto 369 as he takes a tier 1 turret down on the bot side as well. They are absolutely loving this. Monkey, watch him through this team fight. He puts the Herald down immediately. And he pens Kanavi into the Cataclysm. So he can't take Taeyun, Karis, or Vampire out. He then gets back into the Rift Herald so that he can stay safe, finds a knock-up onto the Aurora on the way through. It's a masterclass.
I'm speechless. My goodness. It just I didn't even comprehend the geniusness of Monkey in that fight. And there was so much other things going on that I didn't realize he was playing hit and run with the Rift Herald, just running through everyone. The fact that Kanavi had a Seeker's arm guard right there in that fight meant that he at least got the dodge up at least on one of the many knockups that he was a part of in that bounce house. And now WE find themselves 3,000 gold ahead at just 17 minutes. They're going to break open every single tier 1 turret.
This is really good sequence of plays by WE. They are doing things by the book. They are being methodical. They were able to, use that fight around the Herald to break open a little more than they might have anticipated. Now 369 and they're fishing. Good night.
Well, Rude, if you've never seen Bambi, I'm letting you know right now, that is exactly what happens at the beginning of the movie. The deer gets shot down, and WE are going to claim a second one on the Catfish, a.k.a. Tom Kench himself. I think we're going to Game 5 at this rate, Rude.
Hey, it's a great time to remind people. I seem to be doing really well when it comes to Game 5s. I'm getting a lot of them through the playoffs, and I could not be happier. This is a fan-run broadcast. If we have to play Silver Scrapes, we will get demonetized. Please support us if you can. !coffee in the chat. Subscribe to our YouTube. Subscribe to our Twitch. Please, we're doing what we can out here. We're doing it all for free.
07. We do have collegiate Silver Scrapes as a, compensation, and at least that gives us a little bit of that spirit. But we're going to watch this replay again as Kanavi, even with flash up, just is not going to survive this face check.
No, I mean, Vampire is having a hellick of a performance. Kanavi knows. He channels recall and then is like, I should probably shadow 369 here. And then immediately finds 4 people sat waiting in a brush for him. The Demons won on that one, and he does end up going down, and a great little depth charge as well. Vampire on for a player of the game here is definitely on the cards if he can continue this level of performance.
Yeah. Like we said before, after the Game 3, Vampire says, all right, you know what? My bad, guys. I'm going to turn up. And he is definitely doing so in this Game 4. So invaluable to every single engage that WE has found successfully in this Game 4.
Now WE, they're just playing this map so well. You can see the methodical approach. Push mid, move to a side lane. Push mid, move to a side lane. They take 80%, 90% of a tier 2 turret down on bot side off of one wave. Whilst we're seeing Monkey take the dragon as well. And Karis is playing at such a nice range that he can poke out 369. He's never in threat of being engaged upon. And if we look back at the compositions as well, we were talking about this top esports composition as that poke comp. And WE, they were the ones with the burden of execution to find these engages. While this entire game, they've been engaging, they've been finding these sequences, and they've not allowed for top esports to find that poke. Another dragon's just gone down, and Monkey's already started on the Atacon, so he's feeling pretty confident to be able to take this one down. There's nobody around from top esports. They haven't started poking out WE yet, so this is probably just going to be a second objective in as many seconds going their way.
And you know what? If Cube dies here, as long as they get the Otacon, WE do not care. Vampire is going to step on forward, force using the death charge. Now Kanavi goes in, Q onto 2 people for the lilting lullaby, but he gets popped. Cube finds a massive knockup, stalls out the fight. There goes Monkey with the Cataclysm, locking down 369 and Cream. Even though he's the most fed member on his team, he just can't do enough to lift his team out of the grave that WE are digging.
And they're just too far behind. WE, another massive fight down on the bot side, extend their lead, find the Atacon. Taeyun is 7-0-8, 3,500 gold up over Jackie, our international representative from split number 1. And he's putting an absolute hand check onto this Senna, who has been null, who has been neutered in this game number 4.
7,000 gold ahead effectively for WE. And when we think about just how the composition is supposed to work, Brood, I mean, WE, they just get to play with reckless abandon when they're this far ahead.
I'd be interested to see why Jackie enters this fight at 30% HP, but that's a realistic part of this. Cream as well is hit by a Spellbook Exhaust from Cube, so he ends up doing not nearly enough damage. He would have killed Karis and Taeyun from his ulti damage had he not been exhausted. And they were never able to set up the poke. Again, this top esports composition is a poke comp. Senna, Jason, Lillian love to sit back at range, heal up with Senna, look for swirl seeds, look for shock blasts, and chip away at the HP bar of WE. They spent so long navigating their way through the bot side jungle that they weren't able to do the poking before the fight happened.
And now we're at 22 minutes where it is WE slamming on the acceleration pedal for themselves. Cube gonna find 369 trying to siege up onto this tier 2 turret. Already used Call of the Forge God. A lot of damage coming out from this Ornn, because 369 unfortunately is just too far behind. It's just gonna be a solo kill at this point, and 369 doesn't even get a chance to take out the turret. Meanwhile, back on the cross map, WE just blinked out 2 more members on the side of top esports. Kanavi falls next. Cream is the only survivor. Hell, WE, how much can they get off this push?
I mean, Mark, it could very well be a breaking open of the Nexus. It could just be the inhibitor turrets falling. But it sounds and it's hearing a lot like we're heading toward that game number 5. A solo kill for Cube as he is down 1,300 gold at the minute. And that would have been even more before that kill came through. WE find a massive fight on the top side as well. This is the series that people were hoping for. This is WE putting top esports right to the very edge. Both of these teams have now given us a stomper piece. And honestly, WE, they're looking to give us a second.
No close match this time around in game 4. WE have been firing on all cylinders, and Vampire once again is the person that is going to lead the engage as Karis Shockwave. We didn't get to see that at the beginning of the fight, since we were watching Cube just blast 369 on the other side of the map.
Yeah, okay. Good looks for Karis here. Again, this is a player that came over from being benched from the worst team in the LCK in the back half of 2024. Came into WE and had a shocking split number 1. And honestly, going through split 2 has improved slightly, but not nearly been that same level. And now Cream caught.
Death charge canceled by the Devour. Cream able to use the Between the World to get out, but Chris gets stunned on the way out with the Abyssal Dive, so he falls. At least he can take solace in saving his carry, but top esports now down 4-5, and WE are ready to send us to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah, usually you try to take the house down brick by brick, but WE, they've got a little opening and they're looking to force it down with hammers.
Cube just gonna buy space with the Call of the Forge God here. The first Nexus turret is taken out. Monkey going forward. Cataclysm forces the flash out of 369. Kanavi doesn't get a chance to pop
another hook onto Jackie Love.
It's too late. Jackie Love, 369, and Cream are not gonna be able to do enough here. WE might have overextended now. Chris is back up on the map. WE lost Vampire in the fight. Monkey goes back in, tries to look for the re-engage, but they have to respect the range that top esports can play with. Good knockup from Q, but Karis has got to be careful with his health bar. Taeyun trying to send it, gets a massive shutdown over to 369's pockets. It does get the kill, but top esports going to be grateful that the game is not over yet.
Yeah, they hold the line here, Top Esports. There's still a lot to do, and WE are still so far ahead. But again, going through the front there, a little bit overzealous. There's a League of Legends playbook, and it wasn't necessarily respected by WE here. They thought they'd got enough of a lead to be able to force the house down, and unfortunately that wasn't quite the case. They bite off just a little more than they can chew, and I think that 369 here, with that bounty going into his back pocket, he's the one that takes Taeyun's 1,000 gold bounty. Eyes have to turn to the Jace now. Can you deliver? Can you repeat that success? Because taking down Karis, taking down Taeyun, that has to be your goal. Getting rid of one of these massive backline threats if you want to stand any chance of continuing in this game.
Yeah, and I don't know if Jace is going to be the champion that can kind of help 1v9 the status of WE from this point on. You know, the poke will be massive, and you can find it onto Karis and Taeyun before a fight breaks out. Cool. But as you said, Rude, Top Esports are in no position to even get set up on an objective to look for the poke early on, because if they step up, Cataclysm, Dredge Line, Death Charge, Call of the Forge God, all these engaged tools that WE have over-indexed on, and they're being rewarded for it.
Well, you can just see them looking, trying to defend the little scraps of vision they can get, and they're getting punished for that as well.
Chris might be in trouble. Blast Cone doesn't necessarily propel him back over to safety. Monkey sends it with the Cataclysm. Call of the Forge God right into choke point is so deadly. Cream tries to do what he can to force Taeyun out of this fight, but he just gets blown up, and Top Esports retreat with the remaining 4 members that they have. Thankful that their jungler is not dead yet, and Monkey is too low to comfortably send it for the Baron as the Dredge Line goes wide. Kanavi
good stasis.
uses the Zhonya's, dodges the shockwave. Chris saves him with the Devour. Kanavi will still survive and can at least contest if WE go for the Baron.
Yeah, Monkey trying to get a little bit of HP by clearing camps. Cube now charging forward, leading WE in.
Ooh,
a good
shield
poke
bow
from 369. Takes the Immortal Shield Bow from Taeyun here, and Top Esports, I mean, this is the reason that this team can go to internationals, is even when they're up against it, they're doing honestly more than enough to stave off the aggression from WE. That's now a second attempt that WE have made to land a knockout blow that has been thwarted.
Yeah, I mean, they're making a 6,000 gold deficit look like a 2,000 gold deficit, which is pretty darn impressive considering that Cube also is inflating the gold stats even more by having already given upgrades to himself as well as Karis, Monkey, and Taeyun, which is effectively another 4,000 gold advantage. So realistically, WE should feel like they're 10k gold ahead, and Top Esports are not out yet.
And the thing is as well, you say 10k gold, and that's with a 4,000 gold deficit in the top lane. The rest of the map, the important area, 369, no!
Oh, flashing away from the Dredge Line and the Death Charge. Kanavi pays for the sins of 369, and that just could be it. Enough to end this game. Cube not able to find the knockup as a quick flash from Chris, but there is no more effective front line. Jackie Love in trouble, flashing over and away. Cream, what can he do with Jackie Love and Crisp against the full 5-man assault from WE? This should be Game 5 in sight for them. Nexus turret's about to respawn. Cream trying to look for some damage. Chris able to save him with the Devour. Monkey about to fall, sends it with the Cataclysm. Cream doing enough damage. Jackie Love trying to pump through the backline, but Monkey finds the EQ knockup and survives still. Now it's up to Jackie Love and Chris to buy another 8 seconds.
Another hook!
Konami to come back, but he finds another hook thanks to Vampire. Cue the Silver Scrapes, baby. We're going to Game 5.
WE 28-9 take down Top Esports. Another slaughter for this WE roster. The 6th seed coming into playoffs have taken Top Esports now to a Game 5, where Top Esports should not be. Again, these are our first stand reps. These are our reigning LPL champions. Neither of these teams made roster swaps. WE were at the bottom of Split 1. Top Esports were our best team in the LPL. We're in Split 2 for playoffs now, and WE are looking like they're contesting with our current champions.
Producer Kai, can you do me a big favor and throw up the predictions graphic real quick? I just want to acknowledge what state we're in right now. We're heading to Game 5, so only 2 scenarios happens. 3-2 victory for Top Esports or 3-2 victory from WE. We're out of the 3-1 realm. So now, I'm really curious about what is left in the cards for Top Esports.
Honestly, Rafa, this is giving shades of big upset. Already, I mean, the thing is that history will look back on this series and forget if WE lose. And then they will say Top Esports won and that they progressed on to the next stage. And people won't be able to tell you the stakes of this game and of this series, that what WE had. I mean, this is... WE, again, I can't undersell how important this is for the organization relative to Split 1, and their expectations going into Split number 2 will have been in the dirt, in the gutter, and the fact that they keep on upsetting those expectations is just a massive, massive deal.
And one thing I just remembered, Rude, because now we're going into Game 5 for playoffs, we get to have a 1v1, where...
Yep.
Alec has pointed out in chat, Blue Side has won every single game. So this 1v1 to guarantee Blue Side could be the difference maker, unironically.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, that's where you start to value having, you know, those really good hands, and where you start to value who your best players actually will be. I mean, 369 has been a staple for Top Esports in those 1v1s. It's worth saying as well, they've thrown in Kanavi, they've thrown in Jackie Love, they've flexed around a little bit on WE. And you can see here our producer Kai, you know, he's got the eyes on WE, predicting them winning MSI, predicting them now, hopefully for game number 5. There's 121k points in the pot if you want to bet against him.
Wow, it's not just the house, it is the full life savings on WE for Game 5. Now, I think Kai has the benefit of waiting to see how the 1v1 pans out first before deciding whether to send it or not, but it seems like Kai has committed to the bit. So no backing out, because we already kind of, you know, roasted Kai for doing a little pandering, flip-flopping harder than Raz, you know, with the, I saw WE win MSI in a dream, but I'm also going to vote 3-1 for Top Esports. So, you know, at this point, Kai, you got to commit. We're still waiting to hear on what our player of the game is going to be from the side of this Game 4, but I'm with you, Rude. Give it to Vampire.
Yeah.
Give it to Vampire.
I mean, I was scared, honestly. I mean, I've heard stories of Vampire. I hadn't watched a lot of WE, but I mean, I caught their series where they took down JDG, and I was able to gloss over a few more of their games. And I looked at our All-Pro votes, and there were a couple Vampire 3s in our All-Pro ballots as well. Like, Vampire has had a good split. By any metric, it's been better than split number 1, for sure. Yeah. And now moving into Split 2, where he's, you know, stealing away a couple of All-Pro votes, where he's, you know, maybe the 3rd best support in the league. I mean, that's incredible to see. And the fact that he's winning an MVP in this series as well is exactly what you're after as WE. So everything going their way in game number 4, and it's plays like that sort of exemplify why.
Yeah, I just... the vision to be able to reposition the trajectory of the depth charge like that and get essentially a 3-man knockup for the price of normally what should be a single knockup, since it is a point-and-click ulti. That really impressive stuff, truly, from Vampire. Once again, I am notoriously one of Vampire's biggest haters, because I had to witness a lot of the lowlights from Vampire and Team WE earlier in the season. I saw multiple Q-flash misses from his Alistar. I saw point-blank Q-flash misses on the Rel. And Vampire has said, F you, Rafa, I'm better than that. And you know what? Good shit, King. You're turning a doubter into a fan.
Well played, honestly. And it's important as well that we, you know, remember that back in split number 1, it wasn't WE's time. And that this is, you know, Vampire's 2nd year playing as a pro, and he's already, you know, having these massive performances.
He's 19.
Yeah, he's an exceptionally young player who's potentially got a very, very bright future. And for the rest of WE as well. I mean, the story that we perpetuated at the start of this series was that currently this ragtag group of WE players don't look like anything, right? Like the names on this roster are not big international names that people are going to know globally. But if you look back at a WE roster from 2021, we've got the names like Elk, like Missing, like Breathe, that are all now getting to that international familiarity, and you do just wonder, is this WE roster the next version of that?
Well,
are we in 3 years going to be looking at Taeyun and going, yeah, this guy playing on one of the best LPL teams is one of our best ADCs in the league? You know, that's the kind of discussion that WE as an organization have fostered.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe Vampire at this rate becomes the next greatest LPL support. You know, obviously we're going very far into the future, you know, with a lot of, you know, what ifs, right? But you're totally valid in the fact that, you know, 4 years ago we had all those names on there when they were relatively not known, if in fact not big names at all, and now, yeah. So who knows what can happen in the next, you know, 3-4 years, and looking forward into what would be season 29 or season 30. Wow, this is crazy. Come on, Vampire.
Surely. Yes! His 4th MVP for the split. And honestly, for WE, that's a big win. I'm happy that Vampire got this. He was the reason that they won this game, and that's why that you B1 Nautilus.
Yep. That's going to do it for us. We don't need to say any more. Cue up the collegiate silver scrape so we don't get copyright stricken, Kai. See you on the other side for the 1v1 for Game 5. You need to start waking up everyone on social media, y'all. We have a banger in the making. Game 5 coming your way between Top Esports and, yes, you read right, Team WE, first seed versus 6th seed. And that's just a glow up from Team WE. This was a squad that looked like absolute hot of a mess in Split 1, but they have turned it around. They have continuously surprised us at every turn, Rude, and they could just be on the brink of dethroning our defending LPL champions.
Yeah, I mean, for Top Esports to go out in this situation, it would be a massive upset, not just to the LPL, but to Top Esports as well. They had a woeful performance at first stand. The expectation was, with them coming into this playoffs bracket as our first seed, that we would expect to see them go back and redeem themselves internationally. But at the minute, they might not even get a chance to redeem themselves versus BLG, who already made a mockery of them earlier this week. This is now Top Esports fighting for their lives in the LPL.
And against Team WE of all teams. Dropping to BLG, while not great for defending LPL champions, but understandable at the very least. Against Team WE, who had this in their bingo charts for 2025, first of all?
Yeah.
Because not me.
You know, you sit under the table, you've got your grapes, you're writing your bingo card for the next year. Nobody's putting on there WE knockout Top Esports in playoffs, right? Like, that's just not the case. Look at the legacy and sort of premier status of this Top Esports roster.
The accomplishment
versus the grouping and this organization of players from WE.
All these players from WE were essentially rejects, castaways, leftovers, people who were put aside for other players in their own right, and Team WE just, you know, unlike other teams who tried to field super teams and super squads trying to, you know, respectably put together very strong individually put together rosters, wasn't the case for WE just on paper. But somehow this team has banded together and put a string of impressive performances glowing up even better and better than before. And now, I mean, we still have a 1v1 to take place that will determine who gets blue side, and we're not going to shy away from it. You know, blue side has won 100% of the series so far, but it puts under a microscope, Rude. You know,
this one
how does this last game play out? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there is that added pressure. I don't think there's any mental stakes quite like a game 5 in a knockout series. So that there are extra weightings to this, but Top Esports have been, you know, they've been thwarted twice now in this series, and yes, they've got the better of WE, but I think by and large, WE have managed, I think in the game that they lost in Game 3, they looked better in their loss than Top Esports have looked in their losses, is my takeaway from this. Overall, WE have been playing better in the 4 games that we've seen from them than we've seen from Top Esports, and now you've got that massive weighting, that massive pressure of, honestly, the fact that there are so many WE fans out in this audience that, honestly, for an organization that, you know, recent years hasn't seen this success, but the legacy on the organization itself is carrying through.
And you can just see the contrast in both of these teams' facial expressions. WE are so excited that they are even in this position, that they're bringing the #1 seed, the defending champions, to this state. And you look at across the faces of Top Esports, they're anxious, they're worried, and they're just trying to keep it together and keep themselves composed and stay focused and locked in, because to drop a series, not even, you know, that close relatively to grand finals or lower finals, hell, this would put Top Esports at a 5th, 6th placing overall. To go from reclaiming a title the first time in, you know, 4 years to then dropping to Team WE would be a massive disappointment.
And that's the unfortunate reality for top esports at the minute. That they are, sat looking down as though they could very well have just bottomed out of this playoff series. And I think that the cameraing right now is showing us the 1v1. I could be wrong, but it does look like it's going to be 369 for top esports. Versus Monkey for WE. This is, an incredible 1v1. And I mean, for Monkey, who's been our sort of linchpin of this series, for WE, if he then goes out and wins the 1 versus 1 to secure them that blue side, like, what does that say about his growth and his development through this year?
From his debut on EDG, not even a full split, to then coming up as the backup jungler for WE, trying to bail them out from what was an abysmal start to the year. And, one that we kind of expected just from the names on the paper for that roster, to now one of the most exciting jungle prospects we have witnessed blow up over the past few months. I personally put Monkey as my third all-pro jungler. He didn't get the overall all-pro vote collectively across the English broadcast, but I think me and a couple others threw his name in the hat for third all-pro, and looks like we're gonna come down to a Renekton versus Rumble matchup for the 1v1.
So Monkey took Flash and Ignite. It was Barrier plus Ignite for 369. So there is that extra maneuverability in summoner spells for Monkey. But we have to remember that there's going to be Slice and Dice available for 369 as we move into what is going to be maybe the more intense 1 versus 1s of the split that these two teams will have played, and that these two players individually will have played. It's time to settle your nerves. It's time to get acclimatized back into that seat, because win or lose here on the Howling Abyss, you have got another full game of League to play on Summoner's Rift immediately after this.
Oh my gosh, Rude. I don't even care that we've pushed into overnight hours here on the west side of the world. I can't even go to sleep after this series is over. I'm
You're in it now.
I'm so locked in. And here we go. A reminder on how these 1v1s work. It is first to first brick, first to 2 kills, or if we get the Ring of Fire going, then the last man standing in that circle. 369 and Monkey, this is it for priority on who gets blue side in game 5.
No bone plating for 369 versus the bone plating for Monkey means these short order trades will be pretty decent for Monkey. You can see already kind of sourcing 369 in this 1 versus 1. Now he's on the overheat and needs to get himself back up to having the spells available, being in that overheated status. He can just keep on walking at 369, who's opted into a relatively reserved opener here with the Null Magic Mantle, the Doran Shield, and yes, the Doran's Blade thrown in there for a little bit of combat power, but Monkey's working towards that first item and working towards it nice and early.
I will say the jungle mentality is coming through a little bit for Monkey, going for the Faded Ashes first. I don't know. Maybe I'm coping, but I personally think if unless you're going to monster cams, Faded Ashes just feels really weak. But I don't know. The extra burn damage is working out,
Yeah. I mean, so far he's zoned off with a good amount of creeps. The beauty of Rumble under a turret is you can just kind of sit here, and as soon as 369, he's probably just going to look to immediately clear these waves and get in and get out quite quickly, so he can get as much of the experience as possible, so he doesn't get just flame spitted down by the Rumble under the turret.
Yeah.
But Monkey so far having a good little 1v1 outing.
Does Monkey consider a role swap here? We know that Rumble is
ARAM specialist,
a very oppressive laner to deal with in general, and But still, you know, being able to navigate it just goes to show that Monkey has definitely put his homework in on, you know, laning and not just been completely restricted to just jungle. Now 369 goes for the level 6 all in with the Dominus, but he's burning down to the Ignite. Still has a barrier, same for Monkey. And 369 is pushing Monkey over to his side of the map here. It's going to be close, but a quick barrier pop, but the minions are in 369's favor as Monkey and 369 are down to below 200 HP.
Remember, range advantage for the Rumble. He's also got that little extra shield, got a big heal from 369 going to come through off of those creeps. So we're going to try and cheese this here. He might make 369 think that he's going to recall, stay in the brush and attempt a cheese kill once 369 uses his cooldowns on the wave. Monkey recall, channeled it.
Monkey will not take that gambit. 369. Despite the early oppressive nature of the Rumble, is able to effectively survive the 1v1 all-in against Monkey, and now should have enough gold to pick up probably Hex Drinker, if not a Merc Treads. Yeah, there we go. More defensive.
One team guys picked up for Monkey, but the initial all-in not actually yielding any fruit for either of these sides. It was incredibly close, and the issue with Barrier versus Renekton in particular is, and we saw it in that instance right there, that Monkey can never really use the barrier when 369 has his Ruthless Predator available. Renekton W cuts through shields, so the barrier has to be very well timed for him to go for it pretty early on. Kind of bait 369 to use his W early, and you can get a better gauge of how those trades are going. But it's a really tricky matchup with that barrier, and 369 you can also tell playing it quite wisely.
Monkey still overall winning in the economy war, being able to get the first plate as well as a sizable CS advantage for himself, with 369 picking these moments to dash in forward, expend all of his cooldowns till he is not completely getting blasted in the health department. Still favored for Monkey overall, but Dominus is back up and available.
Maybe don't want the time that you can go for this. Equalizer's not yet available.
Monkey pops the Ignite, using the barrier. 369 not able to get in range. Now he turns it back around. He's overheated. Empowered auto attacks. Not enough to take out 369. Health Relic was picked up by the Renekton. Monkey having to deal with a minion wave, and 369 once again surviving against Monkey.
It's so tense, Rafi. You can tell that these guys know what's on the line. Blue side has been so highly priced throughout this entire series, and both of these two players giving everything that they got to ensure that their side can get it again. A reminder that Monkey is the jungler for WE. If you are just tuning in and not caught any of the LPL at all this split, this is a jungler versus a top laner.
Yeah.
And with an 800 gold advantage, you know, Monkey at the minute, he's holding his own. He gets to finish off a completed item now. Can go back out with a Liandry's, and that, as far as components versus full items go, is a massive advantage. And a Bramble Vest on top of that.
Wow.
I mean, Monkey looks good for this.
Yep.
One of the things
Even
as
if he
well
does...
that I noticed was that he got Nimbus Cloak. So when he's using the barrier as a kiting tool, it gives him that movement speed to get away from the Renekton's range. So it's a really small thing, but again, optimizing specifically into this 1v1, he's got some very good tools to keep himself alive and to keep himself out of danger. Just saw a glimpse of 369 as he popped out of the brush there.
Yeah. 369 was thinking about maybe jumping onto Monkey once he ran out on the overheat status, but still do not want to mess with the Rumble in melee range. He's got that going for himself. A quick trade, but already starting to feel the reprimands of that Bramble Vest as he's not really able to sustain through it. Monkey doesn't even have to pop the Ignite now to apply grievous wounds as 369 finds a quick bit of sustain, but still down in health.
Be interested in what Monkey's actually leveling second here. Usually go Q first and then opting into either the W, usually the E. But the harpoons are now actually quite dangerous for 369 to start taking. Level 11, he's got rank to equalize. The 369 might have to take a bit of a play here for that health relic.
Yeah, he pops the Dominus to kill the wave, has the pressure to push it in, and he secures a health relic for himself as he called out. Equalizer now being dropped. Monkey will not have a flash available since he opted in for barrier and ignite, and not able to run down 369 while he had the advantage, but still, it's gonna at least pop the Hexdrinker shield. 369 is gonna send it now. He has the ignite. Monkey pops the barrier, should be able to win this one easily, and the Ring of Fire was coming! So it's Monkey that prevails over 369 for the 1v1!
Blue side secured for WE. That was the easy part for this game number 5. Finding the 1v1 up against 369, and now you've got to do it on Summoner's Rift. 4 games have been played so far. 4 games on blue side have been won. Top Esports risk losing their LPL crown if this game doesn't go their way, and WE risk getting maybe the biggest scalp of 2025.
Headshot of the year could just happen from the side of Team WE now that they have taken the first big step forward and setting themselves up for the biggest upset of 2025. Now, comes down to draft, comes down to what Top Esports are able to finesse for themselves. 40 champions eliminated from the pool, another 6 from the first 3 bans on either side. Where are you reaching in terms of champion pool for both of these teams here?
And I wonder if, in a Game 5 situation, some of those really OP picks that we've seen completely banned out do just get let through, and whether we create a very volatile game with some quite high agency champs. I'm looking at Vi, I'm looking at Nico, I'm looking as well at some maybe more fringe AD carries like Kalista to get through. Little flashes of lower thirds at the bottom here. We've got rumours of people being permanent or banned until grand finals if WE win. The mod team are putting a collective at least 200,000 channel points on a WE win here. If you want to cash in on some channel points, you can join them. You can be a part of that prediction. But we move into game number 5, and we're actually seeing a lot of the same. Gwen, Vi banned away. Wukong now. Yorick as well taken it away. Looking for that Nico ban to be the final one from Top Esports, or the final one from WE.
A Galio ban opens up the Akali, potentially, for either squad. Top Esports have banned Nico, normally in this scenario as well. Could that be let through in Game 5? And yep, they do not want to give up the Akali over to Karis. Nico, open and available and slammed for Vampire.
Your MVP from game number 4 gets given a massive engage tool. In game 4, they B1 Vampire's pick. He carried the game for them. In game number 2, they elect to do the exact... Or in game number 5, they elect to do the exact same thing. Top Esports, they're throwing hands early game, though. They see this Nico's going bot lane, they want to punish it. They lock a Lucian in, and they're going aggro early on. And the question now becomes, how do WE match this Lucian? Are they going to go double poke? Do they want double comet? Do they want to throw hands? Is this Taeyun Draven getting locked in and slammed down to throw hands early on? But with Kanavi off of a carry, seeing Kanavi locking a Skarner pick, it's not Top Esports. It's not how they've thrived.
And while it's not the Draven, Caitlyn is just as oppressive just from a range standpoint. 650 versus a 500 range AD carry in Lucian. Despite the power that Lucian has had rising up this season, he can dash and all, but he cannot match the lane oppression that is Caitlyn. And now WE going for even more guaranteed engage, taking a bite from what worked well so much for them in game 4, is just adding more ways to start a fight.
I actually wonder if we see a flex pick and maybe we see the Annie and this Nico swap around. I mean, if there's a good matchup for a Nico, I really wouldn't be against it. I think Lucian versus a Nico in particular is a really favourable matchup for the Lucian, because you can always dodge out on the Tangle Barbs. That initial comet, the early game poke that you can get down is very easy to escape. But with an Annie, it's point and click. It's not as easy to dodge out on that damage. So I'd be curious to see if WE are entertaining any of that. But both of these teams now still need to lock in their top side. And importantly, it's solo laners for top esports. It's a jungler and a top laner for WE. So those pools are getting pinched respectively. You see the Viego taken away and the nod to
Zed.
Monkey.
Yeah, they even though I don't think Monkey has played Zed, if I remember correctly, I wouldn't put it past Monkey to have pulled out a Zed comboing with something like an Annie that can guarantee those setups and snowballs for him. So now, if you're really looking down the barrel of what Monkey plays, if he wants to be a carry champion facilitated by either the Nico or the Annie, I'm not sure what's left, you know? Because if you go... I'm not sure if you want to go for AP, because you already have strong amount of magic damage from Annie and Nico. It's got to be an AD based carry champion.
Likely to be an AD threat in that jungle. And I don't hate those two hovers that we've just seen. I think that blind picking top lane here is... I mean, it's a difficult task for Cube. Gwen's fortunately been banned. It's off the board. So there's a world where we see something a little bit niche come through from 369. And in terms of tank shred, in terms of bullying out a HP stacker in the front line, and in terms of bolstering out what is a very good front-to-back composition for top esports, I don't know that there's anything that's too much better for 369 that's left up and available, unless you want to divert back to... a full tank, never mind! 369 Fiora in Game 5.
Top esports are throwing down the final gauntlet in the top lane. 369 goes away from what could have been more team-centric with the utility of that Fear Beyond Death and says, I'm going to give us a split push win condition. Fiora, a beautiful, beautiful counter into any tank. And Rude, we cannot disregard the fact that the Cassante is pretty much a shell of what his power level used to be in previous splits and previous metas. This Fiora has the potential to take over the game.
Has the potential to go crazy. I'm looking in particular at how telegraphed the CC is. That's something that's really important about Fiora's kit, is the riposte. How easy is it going to be for Fiora to get a good riposte off in these situations? And Cassante Q3, very easy to predict. Now, the other part of that is that you can also, if timed appropriately, riposte all out, and the Cassante still goes flying, you just stay where you are. And if that happens in a team fight, then that is going to be an absolute disaster class for both sides, really, depending on how the angle of that ends up working out. But it could go very much one way, very much the other. I mean, top esports have gone into Game 5. Their side lanes have said, I'm hands checking, right? It's Lucian Nami. It's a volatile bot lane. It's Fiora for 369. It's an incredibly volatile top lane matchup. If you fall behind versus the Cassante, he does just stat check you. And yes, eventually you'll outscale. Yes, eventually those side lane threat will exist, but I mean, it's eyes once again, I feel like, on our junglers, this time for different reasons. We've got facilitatory roles for both of them. It's Skarner for Kanavi, who had such a dominant split. He's our regular season MVP. And how fitting would it be that he followed in the footsteps of our Split 1 MVP? Doinby in playoffs went out of the upper bracket and straight out the lower bracket straight after. Kanavi got pushed down to the lower bracket this time round. And there's a curse of the MVP that's toying with the LPL players right now. Is that if you win that regular season vote, your run in playoffs gets cut very short.
All bets are off now, Rude. We have arrived to the promised land of a Game 5 where the outcome means everything to both of these teams, and for various different reasons. WE on the brink of accomplishing their best finish since 2021 off of a ragtag team of players that were cast aside in 2024. And for top esports to go from Split 1, snagging their first title in 4 years, to then dropping this early on in the lower bracket of Split 2 playoffs would be devastating for their legacy. And we have got so many tricks pulled out of the bag for what is going to be an insane conclusion to the story of the series.
And this is going to be one of those series that will have international implications as well. People around the world, they might not be watching this, but they'll be scrolling on Twitter, they'll be scrolling on their various social medias, and they'll see top esports have been knocked out by WE, and then they'll go, oh, WE, have they got a good roster again? And they'll look back at this, and again, international people will look at this roster of players and go, I don't know these players. How have they taken down top esports? The international representatives from First Stand. Maybe a few people will go, oh, wasn't Karis that guy that got benched from the worst team from the LCK? Isn't Cube that LPL top laner who's been notoriously like mid for so long? And they're going to look at the bot lane and Vampire, that guy, I remember him. Everybody's been memeing on him for his performance last year. They have the chance to do the unthinkable.
And if we looked at both of the faces of these team squads before the 1v1 even began, just loading back up onto stage, it said everything, Rude. WE excited just for the opportunity to deal the biggest upset of 2025 to defending LPL champions in top esports. And on the other side of the stage, they are doing their best to just focus and lock in and not end Split 2 in massive disappointment.
I think looking at those mid laners as well, you can see there's a lot of angst on both their faces. There's definitely this tension now building. I imagine we've got some sort of a pause, which is very unfortunate moving into a game number 5, but there is something that's just keeping us a little bit at bay, a bit apprehensive, and making this game start a little bit more delayed than we might have liked. But as we flash across the players, looks like Taeyun's getting some interference from the refs, just making sure that everything is as it should be. With a nod to, once again, looking back at our featured matchup, for me at the very least, through this series into that jungle role. Monkey bought into this WE roster. At the back end of split number 1, they secured a single game win. Not even a series win, a single game win with Monkey and a mammoth Viego performance. That was enough for them to go, we want you for split 2. And in split 2, it was the only piece that they changed, was the single piece of the puzzle that got slightly rejigged for WE. They now find themselves at Game 5 versus top esports in a knockout situation where they could very well send our current reigning champions out of the losers bracket, not even in a lower bracket final, not even in a stage before that, but in a 5th, 6th placing for top esports should they lose here today.
Yeah. Looks like we have gotten through the pause or whatever technical difficulties that were keeping us from loading in. Like I said, y'all, if you haven't alerted your friends and social media that this is happening, do it now! Game 5, Top Esports and WE, let's go!
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，免碎。
Early level 1 wards being placed, expecting this Caitlyn to try to go nuclear. Taeyun has been a standout for WE despite not yet having netted himself an MVP. Has consistently been a carry threat throughout this entire year for WE. But in this game, it falls back to, for me, these junglers and how they can impact their side lanes. Annie versus Victor. I expect Cream to have a slightly better run of things. He does outrange the Annie, but it's probably going to end up being Victor clears the wave, Annie catches it. These side lanes, though, are complete opposite story. You've got 369 locking in Fiora R5 as a counter pick to Cube's Cassante. And we've got Caitlyn Nico rocking it against Lucian Nami. A notorious 2 versus 2 bot lane for Top Esports and a notorious lane bully for WE. Our junglers need to make their presence felt early, and they need to impact these side lanes. They need their advantages to be given over to these respective side lanes.
Getting some first-time performances, at least from this split. Already aggressive laning from Taeyun Vampire versus Jackie Love and Crisp. Summoner spells burned by both sides here.
And I love this trade from WE already down on that bot side. It's Vampire who's trading his HP with Jackie Love. So it's the AD carry who's losing out on health versus the support, and it is going to be favoured for WE here. And yes, Crisp is able to do some sort of healing, right? With the ebb and flow, he can get some HP back, but it's a very high mana cost for the Nami. You need to be careful about how much Crisp is using that mana. And looking at our junglers again already, Kanavi slightly outpacing the Nocturne time being as they both hit onto their second buff at the same time. And you just wonder, is either one of them going to skip that camp? Who's going to make that first move down? I think with a pushing wave in for WE, it's the onus is on Monkey to actually have to be a little bit more cautious and maybe move down that little bit faster. So he's got to go that little bit extra distance to be there in time if there is a gank coming through. But so far, so good for this WE bot side.
And this is going to be another matchup we're going to be paying attention to in the top lane. 369. This was his counter pick of choice, even though we have given a lot of credence and power over to blue side. 100% win rate this entire series. This is the one time that a counter pick in top lane could be the game changer. We have not seen a Fiora in eons, Rude, as Monkey contests Kanavi in the river, gets the fear before that Ishtal impact rammed him in for the stun. Karis stunning Cream to make sure that he cannot bail Kanavi out, and it's a flash advantage for Monkey.
Yeah, it's a heads-up flash there from him, knowing that he's going to get flashed on by the Annie.
Playing with fire, Vampire burns the flash as Jackie Love almost gets first blood.
Just a trade of crabs for our junglers. You can see Monkey actually, he's wrapping back round. Fancies a little bit of Cream here. Karis has flash.
Flash stun! Karis sets it up, gets the flash out of Cream, and it should be enough to save his life this time around. But now Cream will not have flash by the time Monkey gets access to Paranoia.
And this is that punish that we could see come through for WE. It's Monkey making the proactive play. A player that has only just completed his first full split in the LPL, has had glimpses of performances, played a series in Split 1 for WE, played a little bit for EDG back last year. It's his first full split on an LPL roster, and boy is he making a name for himself. Has been a massive proponent for success through this series, and their first game at the very least versus JDG was instrumental on a Skarner, no less. The champion he's playing up against now, but the reason that JDG have gone home largely off the back of Monkey. And now looking at the follow-up, the repercussions for this series as well. How well is he going to be able to do versus Kanavi? Well, the answer to that question has been just fine. The MVP for Split 2 has been met and matched.
We are a far cry away from the massive carry performance Kanavi had in Game 1 on that Nefiri. Deathless, 14-0-6. He has now been put to the test where he doesn't get to be on a carry champion. He has to, as you already called out, a facilitator and lifting up the rest of his team, who are now put in a position where the side lanes are the most volatile. Choosing Lucian, choosing Fiora. So far, Jackie Love has not had to burn any of his summoner spells this entire laning phase. He is down about 13-14 CS. Taeyun and Vampire have gained the advantage in that department. But as long as Jackie Love and Crisp do not drop unnecessary deaths, Top Esports can work with this as Monkey and Kanavi both show up on the bottom side, ready for a 3v3, but Kanavi just wants to make sure that his bot lane is protected as the Tangled Barbs lands on the Crisp. Jackie Love gets aggressive on the Taeyun. Crisp is forced to flash as that pilt over Caliber net into the Q could have been deadly. Crisp now down both summoner spells.
Going to be intrigued by Taeyun's combos here as a quick Tibbers down in the mid lane. Now for Annie, it's not necessarily a big all-in threat. We see it quite frequently in seasons gone past with Orianna's as well. But I mean, WE, are they looking to dive in a 3 versus 3? They are very much contesting Jackie Love on this wave, and they've now sort of forced him into a pretty difficult position. He has to take a long walk round.
Jackie Love taking a lot of damage there, forces the cleanse out. And yeah, Jackie Love cannot pick up the remnants of this wave. And even though WE don't get a successful kill off the dive, the pressure is felt, and it sets up Monkey to take this dragon.
It's going to be plates as well, right? Like, the second plate's already gone. Oh, okay. Ultimate from the top side. 369 not able to proc that 4th and final vital, and Cube holds on to the all-out. So, advantage gained for now.
Not sure how much Top Esports can work with that, because Cube doesn't have TP, is forced to recall for now, but they're going to get enough time to send their bot lane through mid first, get priority set up for these grubs spawning in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, so Annie can catch this wave, and it looks like it's more gold into Taeyun's back pocket, funneling this Caitlyn as best as possible, and I mean, that little bit of an extra boost over to the Caitlyn. Traps the Fiora under the turret, fortunately. The W from Fiora lowers your attack speed if you get hit by it. One of those lesser known interactions is you lose attack speed when you get hit by Fiora W, as well as being stunned if it's on the back of CC. Means the Caitlyn's DPS significantly reduced. It's now Kanavi looking for Karis.
Karis still doesn't have flash, just sidesteps the Impale easily. Kanavi, big whiff, and using that before the grubs were even an issue for Top Esports. This could just be Monkey taking all 3.
It might well end up being that as well, and I think that denying grubs when there's a Fiora on the enemy team is a massive pickup for WE. They've moved their bot lane up to this top side specifically to be a part of this fight if they need to. And already you can see Monkey makes his impact felt. Takes down what is now going to be that second uncontested neutral objective, and I mean, this for Lucian is really the difficult part. That I would be the one that's really tricky and not quite happy at this stage. I'm Jackie Love, because Lucian's agency as the game moves on and on gets so much less, so much weaker as we move into the mid, into the late game. So much more difficult to navigate this champion. This is where Lucian theoretically should be shining, but he's getting bullied out by Nico, bullied out by Caitlyn, and getting constantly harassed.
And the fact that Vampire can change into the Caitlyn, giving him an effective 650 range as well, just makes it so devastating, so oppressive for Jackie Love to step up in this lane phase. Didn't even think about that as a, extra bit of a buff for the combo. Now, Kanavi doesn't have Impale off cooldown yet. He is waiting just to see if Vampire and Taeyu wanted to get over-aggressive. Monkey is spotted on this banana brush with that control ward, so Kanavi has a window where he gets a free look onto this top side, as he's going to send it with the Ishtal Impact. Still does not have Impale, by the way. He's going to try to slow down Taeyu, maybe try to play a game of chicken, but Taeyu does not bite, does not burn a single summoner spell.
And he's not played on this top side at all, really, as now Monkey gets hopped onto. Again, you need to break that tether. It's really easy for the Fiora. You've got the timing down to be able to return that stun and post it back onto you. Now, fortunately enough, as a Nocturne, you can then spell shield the W and immune that as well. So there is a little bit of interaction nuance there. But they weren't expecting that, WE. Kanavi should be on the bot side clearing his bot camps. And because he spent so long sat in that one brush, it's given now a slight advantage back over to Monkey, because they just... We're not expecting the Skarner to still be on that top side.
Yeah.
To be looking like that.
I mean, what did it effectively get for Jackie Love? Nothing. They pushed Taeyun and Vampire off temporarily, and yep, that's it. Now, still want to point out that the later this game goes on, there are going to be some scaling factors that start coming into play. Obviously, Cream has avoided the death window where Karis had burned Flash preemptively. I could have set up for a Paranoia, which we have not seen used by Monkey, by the way. And with these Nocturne games, that first Paranoia usage is so critical and telling of how the game is going to play out. If you use it and you get practically nothing or wait too long to cast it, then why are we playing this champion?
I will say I am happy with a slower paced game for Top Esports. The later this game goes, the better their composition does become, despite my woes for JackeyLove and his Lucian.
Yeah.
I mean, Fiora's going to outscale on a side lane. Cream is going to be able to out DPS Caitlyn and Annie single-handedly. And the extra bonus, really, from a Fiora and from a Lucian in a team fight is more than enough. The onus is on WE to continue pushing the pace of this game, and they've got a 2,000 gold lead for the time being. This Caitlyn is ahead, but is she ahead by enough? Taeyun has been given all of the agency in this game, and on this Caitlyn, he needs to make it work. I do think that this Collector is a little bit of a product of slightly suboptimal recall timings, where he wasn't able to go back to base and pick up that BF sword. I do think a more crit-focused Yuntal into Infinity Edge style would be better when trying to cut through Kanavi, because who's killing Kanavi this game? As WE, the magic pen from the Annie, maybe a long, drawn-out team fight can give them an advantage, but
Looking for Cream, Paranoia, but Karis is just not in range. He tries to flash now. The fear guarantees that the lockdown is enough. WE pick up first blood.
Yeah, it's an early flash from Cream and not respecting the timing from the Paranoia. Now Vampire may be in a little bit of trouble, but this Nico pick into the Skarner is really paying dividends. Vampire just fires the clone at Kanavi and he pushes nothing into a wall.
Taeyun gets a chance to step up with this Collector if he's in range. No Cream for the next 7 seconds. Might be enough time for WE to just take the second dragon for free, unless Kanavi can save it. Vampire, the Game 4 MVP, steps up for a Pop Blossom, is able to find Chris, but JackeyLove answered back with a massive calling, but Kanavi sends it for the dragon and dies anyway. Cream is now teleported in, has the Chaos Storm trying to burn down Monkey.
Somebody hit the dragon!
Here's someone get the dragon! It is secured, and Cream's teleports in just to die. WE in Game 5, an elimination point from Top Esports, are now up 4,000 gold.
And it's Vampire again, a double Pop Blossom onto the backline, buys the space, splits up Top Esports' backline, and sends Kanavi to his doom. Cream teleports in and dies twice in as many minutes, and Taeyun is able to free fire. Karis is able to be 3-0 now on this Annie. And Top Esports, they didn't need to fight that. They could leave one dragon to go down. Their scaling is better. It's Vampire who catches the edge of JackeyLove. And he knows that there's a cleanse available. And he knows that by going for that, he's going to sacrifice his life. But it sets up for the trap. It sets up for a net combo. Taeyun immediately able to take down the support. And the dragon just left there on 1 HP, and you can see what it means. There's 3 people in that camp. There's the absolute hype, there's the yes, that's good, and then there's the guy that's going, it's not done yet.
Yep. We have seen so many years of League of Legends esports that an early game lead is not the end-all be-all. You have to execute in closing out the game, but it is a great start for WE in what could be the biggest upset of 2025. We have alluded to it so many times, Rude, and it's starting to form. The possibility, this multiverse reality that no one believed would even be considered, is slowly becoming that reality.
WE on the route to having their best finish since 2021, and a good little distance of time between now and then. That's 4 years ago, with a roster with the likes of Elk, likes of Breathe, Shanks as well. Now with a new bunch, a new ragtag group of players, as Vampire again able to use the clone just to tank up the culling. This WE organisation and this roster of players delivering when nobody thought they should.
And it's a free Rift Herald secured for WE, since Top Esports just have no business in being able to contest with them right now. They got the first 3 grubs, they got the first 2 dragons of the game, they got the feats of warfare for themselves. Everything looks good for a WE snowball to form, and 369 doesn't get a chance to repost the initial stun, will be able to dash away. Big chunk going on to the Fiora. Will not die, but cannot defend this turret from falling.
No, tier 1 will fall on that top side, and I mean, I love this from Karis. This build path is built to just make Tibbers a bit of a nuisance, right? This Annie was able to get off 2 combos there, 2 QWs in that fight, and a Tibbers on top of it. Makes it so that Kanavi can't find that sustain, is constantly at threat, and even though he's built that, Ravenous Hydra has got that lifesteal now in tow. If he's left unchecked, can heal up after the wave. It's going to take him a little bit of time. It's going to be quite difficult in that 1 versus the Annie. She's got 2 point-and-click spells that are instant cast that you can't anticipate. Yes, if she fires a Q at you, absolutely you can riposte it, but trying to predict Tibbers, trying to predict the W as well, it is going to be difficult. And I do want to quickly talk about Annie's supportive capabilities. If this game does end up going later and later, at this pace, Taeyun is going to have an advantage. He's already up 1k gold over Jackie Love and the Caitlyn. A little bit easier to navigate during that late game. With a Molten Shield on top, the extra bit of movement speed that gives you is going to pay an extreme amount of dividends. And with gold being funneled now into this Annie, that's 2 tier 1 turrets that Karis has been able to take down. This is a big investment into this new mid laner to the LPL.
Yeah. And can we just talk about, this is a cloud map, this game. What a high roll for WE to now have access to potentially Cloud Soul on top of champions like Pop Blossom, or ultimates like Pop Blossom, Paranoia, Tibbers. Everyone's going to be zooming, and it puts more onus on top esports to decide if we give over this 3rd dragon, since we're not in a position to compete right now. How dangerous does it get for that 4th dragon take, as Kanavi just eats Tibbers for breakfast and gets blasted? Top esports lose out on their jungler, and that should be the 3rd dragon going over to Team WE.
And you know, you're thinking about this from Top Esports' perspective, right? You might be just laughing, what is Kanavi doing? But their goal is to contest the dragon. They can't send in Jackie, they can't send in Crisp, so Kanavi's the one to go in, but they are just too far behind. They will get CC chained. There are far too many tools available to WE. And I think the important part is that Tibbers is still active. Vampire has still got Pop Blossom, has still got Flash. And Top Esports are down 5k gold in an elimination series against WE.
More and more this game plays out, more and more I'm starting to believe. I know I predicted WE to be 3-2, but I was kind of half-heartedly joking about it. You know, I was like, maybe it could be a possibility, but it is still 3 dragons to the names of Team WE. They have put everything in necessary order to set up this snowball. There's still some scaling pieces in effect for Top Esports, in Cream's Victor, in this Fiora for 369 has not necessarily been put down. He is the only member on his team with a decent gold advantage, but he's gonna have to move heaven and earth to bail Top Esports out.
And it was the exact same situation in game number 4. He was this Jace who had a 3k gold lead over Cube, who was just playing a tank. And I mean, ultimately, it didn't matter that Cube was down 3,000 gold. He still was finding solo kills versus the Ornn. Now, I don't think that quite is going to be the same case in Fiora versus Cassante, but his impact in the team fights is what we're trying to highlight. And the fact that the way that WE have been playing is by grouping up and sending these neutral objectives. Now, with the Cloud Soul spawning in, 3.5 minutes with an Atacon now actually active out and on the map, that window for Top Esports is getting further and further away. The time in which we were hoping for Top Esports to be able to scale into, it gets pushed back because they are behind. Another route.
Jumping on to Kanavi. Once again, he's the only person that can safely face check. He gets stunned on the way out with the assault.
Vampire!
Plus run into the back line. Jackie Love burns the cleanse. Still has a flash to play with, but is forced out of the river by Tibbers. Monkey now could be in danger. Jackie Love has to step forward. Your reigning finals MVP is going to have to pull a trick out of the hat for this one, as the Otacon is the price they could pay, but that massive trap line will prevent Top Esports from being being able to enter through the tri-bushes. Now Karis is waiting in the shadows, waiting for someone to step up. Cream steps up, tries to force them off the Otacon. Stun from Karis. Not enough damage onto Crisp, but is now down below 400 HP. But it's enough from the carries of Top Esports to force WE away from the Otacon.
It's enough from Cream, importantly. This victor is definitely a threat, even though it's 0-2, even though it's down 2,000 gold. Without that Nocturne ulti, without Vampire Flash, getting access to victor is definitely not as easy as WE might have liked. So Top Esports, they lose Kanavi, but Cream steps up. He's able to do just enough jockeying, just enough positioning. Flexes his muscles a little bit and backs WE away. That Atacon's still live, and actually 369 in this position. Yeah, he might fancy this.
1v2, and he has enough movement speed just proccing the vitals to be able to disengage easily. No harm, no foul. Top Esports still have to wait another 2 minutes before Cloud Soul is available for WE for the taking, and it gives them a little bit of reprieve to get some control back on the map.
And it's in times like this where you need to be on your absolute A-game, where if we've seen shades of you having missteps in mid to late game situations in the regular season, that cannot be the case. And even in game number 1, Cube actually on the Rumble got caught out twice. Now I want to say this to his credit, because in game number 1 it happened twice and it hasn't happened since then. But it's these game 5 situations where there is so much pressure mounting, where everybody is talking and there's so much communication about the next steps that you're going to take, that your brain can just wander and you can just idly push one wave that you might not have been able to and end up losing a massive advantage for your team. Monkey comes down to catch this bot wave, continually applying pressure. There is a soul spawning for WE in 45 seconds, but they start up the Atacon just before it anyway. 369 is 2 items on this Fiora. He can just start trying to take this turret in the face of Cube.
9,000 HP. They use the blue trinket to spot the Otacon being started. Kanavi stepping forward. A lot of damage. It just goes on to the clone. Paranoia used to block out vision. Teleport is coming in from Cube. Monkey sends it. Pop Blossom.
Look at Jackie Love
to the left. Jackie Love dies. The reigning finals MVP falls. Kanavi is able to steal the Otacon away. But what's the cost? Cream going big with the Chaos Storm. Gives a little bit of reprieve back over to Top Esports. But now they have to be careful. Karis dancing in between the traps. Trying to bait Cream on in. Doesn't find enough damage off the back of this Annie. Taeyong stepping up. Looks for the ace in the hole. Not enough damage to get the Collector passive off. Top Esports don't have a jungler, neither do WE, but WE still have stronger carries, and they're gonna look to secure the Cloud Soul unless 369 can get in here and put off a miracle. 2,000 HP on the Dragon. Teleport coming back in. Who's gonna secure the Dragon for themselves? 369 pushing off Karis. Just secure it. Cloud Soul taken. They pop 369's Fiora. Cream, he needs to run. He's not gonna get out. Taeyong will pop him, and WE climb to 10 kills to 3 with Cloud Souls on their back.
This series is insane! WE are about to destroy Top Esports, who are your reigning LPL champions. This team fight is so close. Top Esports team fight, it can never be understated. Vampire gets chunked to half HP, and even though... Hold on, look at live. Jackie Love's caught mid lane.
Jackie Love! Gotta be careful, Monkey is sending it. Tidal wave interrupted. Karis finds the stun. Jackie Love is able to make it out alive. Monkey
back.
being pulled in by the impale, but they block it, and Jackie Love dies somehow!
The Tibbers claws him down. One final scratch from the bear, and Jackie Love's gone. We're 25 minutes in. Baron's alive, Rafa.
Kanavi! That's Baron! Kanavi forced to flash away. He still has Ishtal impact. He can still pull off a miracle for Top Esports to keep themselves alive, but it's a 5,000 gold advantage for WE. They force Kanavi out of the Baron pit. It's gonna take a while to get in there. Cream, 2 items on the Victor, still a scary threat. He needs to go big. 369 arrives to the party. WE are gonna back off the Baron for now. They have to respect the power of the solo laners for Top Esports. 369 thinking about maybe sending it, but it's just enough to force WE off the objective.
Flash from Kanavi is a big cooldown, but 369 is a menace in this game, and Top Esports are using him. He pushed in this mid wave. He's going to get a tier 1 turret as a consequence as well. how many times have we seen Jackie Love caught out on a mid-wave? This feels like just such a rookie mistake to be making. And for somebody who has a world title under his belt, cannot be making these mistakes in a clutch Game 5 situation. Just run. Just run. It is unforgivable. Because in these situations, you can't make those mistakes. You're giving WE even more of leverage, even further access to the late game that they didn't need to have. It's unforced errors.
Game 5 and Jackie Love stands are in shambles. I don't know how you can defend that at all. Team WE still 4,000 gold ahead against Top Esports, have yet to successfully take this Baron for themselves, are still in a great point to close out this game. However, 369, still a potential split pushing threat on this Fiora, scaling stronger and stronger. Cream getting stronger and stronger. You can already still see that even though they have not been able to claw their way back, this Victor can still be a potential threat, as Monkey is going to risk the Baron to just eliminate 369 off the map. 1v2, 369 has to go big, but he cannot deal with the fear. He already used the riposte. Cube and Monkey dissemble 369, and Top Esports can't even look for a Baron cross trade because the pressure from everyone else on WE is too much to handle.
Another question is, do they go to the Baron? 40 seconds on 369, who's been one of their leading flank threats. You can see Monkey's already made his way up to that top side. There's a TP in from Cube. WE are going for this. They need to solo out Cream and they need to find Kanavi.
Jackie Love opens up with the calling. Big chunk onto Karis, below 50% HP. Kanavi, no flash available. Can send it with the Ishtal impact to look for a steal. Karis doing everything he can to stop Kanavi in his tracks. 2,000 HP. It is secured. Baron, Pop Blossom finds Jackie Love, stalls Crisp on the backline. Kanavi pulls in Cube with the... That's not going to be enough. Jackie Love falls. Teo picks up another. Monkey routing off Cream. And WE just eliminated 3 off the map.
It's Baron and 3 for WE, with the ever-present pushing buff at their backs, and 5 members strong. They are sieging on the LPL reigning champions base.
369 and Crisp have to do the impossible, but Team WE from 6th seed against the 1st seed, the defending champions. Monkey sends it, dies, but WE can still do it. 369 has to do everything. Everyone full hit the Nexus. From castaways to conquerors. The team no one believed in just dethroned the defending champions. This is the era of Team WE.
A 3-2 scoreline. A colossal upset. Where were you when WE took out our Seed 1 reigning LPL champions, gave them a 5th-6th victory, and sent them out of the lower bracket like it was nothing? Roffer, I'm going to say it, the curse of an MVP is real. This is the 2nd split for 2025, where the second you lose into the loser's bracket, you just get swept aside.
How many times is this team going to surprise us, Rude?
What's the limit?
This was a team that we didn't expect to make it to Group Ascend. They did that. This is a team that we didn't expect to make playoffs. They did that. This is a team that just took down the defending LPL champions.
And it is a complete and utter upset. There are no other words for it, but that WE come away from this series with another scalp on their back, and it is becoming reminiscent, funnily enough, of that Top Esports run that they made in split number 1. Maybe not in nearly as expected fashion even, where Top Esports came into that lower bracket and people were still thinking, yeah, they could probably take a lot of these games, a lot of these series. WE, though, they played against JDG, who surprisingly found themselves in the lower bracket, and everybody, I think, going into that would have had JDG as victors, as the eventual team that would play Top Esports here, and now against Top Esports as well. The predictions had so many more people suggesting Top Esports would take this series, would just be able to run away with it and continue to business as usual.
Throw up that predictions graphic one more time. Throw that shit up, baby. Oh, I mean, this not the
this does the
graphic,
job,
but you know what? That also displays it. Victory lap for the 3-2 WE believers. I cannot emphasize enough how impressive this is for an org to go from literally the worst performing team in their group in Split 1, arguably one of the worst performing teams in Split 1 across the entire league, to now top 4 guaranteed finish. Their best finish since 2021, and on the road of a revenge tour that could put them at their best finish since 2017, Rude.
And imagine, just if you will, that you'll indulge me here, Arthur.
I'm indulging.
Imagine a world where Kai was right, where Kai's little Discord message of WE and their eventual MSI performance, because at the minute, Rafa, I can't safely say that WE won't make it to MSI. They've got a long road ahead of them, but the scalps that they've taken are bigger than that of the ones that they've got to come. After taking down Top Esports, honestly, I would think that a series against IG might well be light work. And then there's a definitely difficult series. BLGAL are looking like they're in incredible form, and whoever comes out the loss of those is going to play that deciding series to send a team to MSI. But
yeah,
you wake up and you see Vampire makes MSI, you see Monkey Cube making MSI. That's something to behold.
Well, I still favor BLG and anyone's legend at this rate, but I mean, Team WE, I am just so impressed, and I can't help but be emotional for how far this team has come, you know, from I don't know. I'm just
from
at a
the
loss
dregs
for
of
words.
Split 1, from the dregs of Split 1 that they had, to knocking out the literal reigning champions. They're not champions anymore. They won't be. Now impossible for them to defend that crown. And I mean, honestly, the power of this came from, or the impressive part about this is that their power of Top Esports had so frequently come from team fighting, and in this Game 5, it was team fighting where WE shone. Where they showed up, and I was talking about Cube being the one caught out on a side lane, and, you know, maybe him being the one that can't cost his team the game, when actually it's 369 who's caught out on that side, and he's the one who makes the game difficult, who starts this chain reaction of events.
Yeah. I mean, we go back to what were the stakes at hand for the draft, you know, these side lanes, Top Esports putting their trust in Jackie Love's Lucian, in 369's Fiora, and it is not rewarded. It ends in disappointment. They're not able to overcome Taeyun and Vampire in the laning phase. Kanavi is not able to bail them out. Monkey is able to hover on the right timers to just make sure that Kanavi does not swing it any other way. The elation from the coaching staff from WE cannot be understated enough. They know that every single benchmark that they have pushed beyond continues to make this run for WE in Split 2 just even more remarkable. And at this point, Rude, we've passed the point of just, WE are just happy to be here. This is going to go down in the history books of LPL.
Yeah.
True LPL fans are going to remember this run by WE, even if it ends after this series. against IG, everyone is just going to have nothing but the highest regards and respect for this roster going into Split 3.
Yeah, I mean, this now, creates so many questions about what they can accomplish. I think that versus IG, I do fancy their chances. I think moving any further forward is a little more difficult. Credit to Monkey here for player of the game for this one. I think it could have gone into a myriad of different places, but the picks with his ulti in the late game did win them this match.
Can't argue with that. I mean, Monkey consistently so damn good in a majority of this series. Obviously, the one outlier game 1 tried to make things happen with the Poppy, and then, got outpaced by the Nefiri. But you know what? Like we said earlier this game, that was a far cry. That happened a long time ago. It doesn't matter anymore. It's Team WE that advanced instead of Top Esports, defending LPL champions dethroned. And now the crown is up for the taking to any of BLG, anyone's legend, IG, and now Team WE.
One of these things is not like the other, right? Like, WE just doesn't feel like they should be here. And with all of the stakes at their hands that they've had, they've continuously delivered. They've pushed that benchmark higher. They've elevated what performances we expected from them in the LPL, and we are going to have a new champion. I think, honestly, that BLG coming in look like just names on paper may now become your favorites, but I wouldn't want to sell any of the teams that we've still got left short.
There's still plenty of exciting LPL stories to be told for our last 4 teams in the playoffs, and that's it, Rude. That is our 5-game banger that we manifested, we wished for, and even if people didn't want to believe it, it happened. And I'm just so excited that we got to witness it here live. But as we close out the show, we want to remind everyone at home, thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Force without an owner of a Silmaril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Hell, I'm still recovering from a cold, and we're still locking it in to be able to tell you one of the greatest stories that just happened in the matter of 5 hours. So, an absolute pleasure. Rude, we get so lucky with our pairings because every time we're on, we get some of the biggest freaking games of the year. So, oh man, thank you again for being alongside me for the ride, Rude, and thank you everyone at home. This is us, the LPL English broadcast, signing off, and see you next time.